I believe, as Commissar, you have a chainsword and a bolt pistol, so you have a
Mhm.
melee and ranged weapon.
Yeah, I'm pretty well set. And I have a
Yeah.
las gun and a power knife.
You can requisition force fields,
Oh, that sounds
which
good.
they are very rare. On the cheapest end, oh, it is actually very rare. The cheapest end for a refractor field, which is from conditions on the front, that is minus 10, plus 30, minus 10. That's a plus 10 from conditions on the front. For a very rare, it's a minus 20. So you would be looking for, on a D100, a 5 or below.
Let's not waste our requisition on that, huh? Right, so we only
I
get
mean,
2 requisitions?
for this session, you will have generally a requisition or a requisition for every session.
Right, but that's for the whole party.
No, each person gets 2 attempts at
Oh!
requisitions.
Oh. That changes things. Alright, what page is that on?
The modifiers for requisitions are on page 163. The force fields are on page 196. Yeah, force fields are very good additions to your armor, but they also have a couple drawbacks, such as the chance to overload anytime they work, depending on the craftsmanship of them.
Well, I would like to roll for Stormtrooper Carapace.
Stormtrooper Carapace.
Very rare.
Very rare. Very rare for multiple regiments is a minus 30 with a plus 20 from conditions on the front. No, plus 10. I will remember that eventually. Yeah, luckily,
100.
yeah, just about every roll, aside from damage, is going to be a D100.
Well, yeah, but I didn't know if you wanted me to like roll 2d10s or something like that to do that.
It could, but that just adds extra stuff to figure out later.
And minus. You just want me to do the minus 20 in the roll, or we just gonna add it? I just did minus 20.
So technically, it would affect your target, not your roll.
Ah, right.
So you are looking for a 5 or below on this.
Damn.
Which that does not quite meet.
Not quite.
Spend a fate point.
No.
You do get a second requisitions attempt. You can just try again.
I can.
You also get a fate point every session to reroll if you would like.
No, but I might need that for actually something in the game. Let me see if there's anything else I want, and if I don't, I'll re-roll it. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I really don't think. I just want more armor. Here we go. No.
This is worse.
This is much worse.
Oh, it
3
is on your
times is
sheet.
worse.
It is on your character sheet as one of the little comments. If I can find my copy of one of yours. The Scavengers Regimental Doctrine. If I remember right, you had a plus 10 to logistics tests with consequences if you roll doubles. That is something you choose to do. It's not something that applies unless you want it to happen. Regiment may choose to gain a +10 on any logistics test. However, any test where this bonus is used, if all doubles are rolled, 22, 33, 44, etc., whether the whether the test was a success or failure, and the scavenging and stealing attracts unwanted attention from higher authorities within the Imperial Guard or the Departmental Minotarum. Which technically this fleet doesn't answer to, so it would be the fleet's parallels of the Imperial Guard and Departmental Minotarum.
The quartermaster's going to be pissed at you.
Yeah.
What are you stealing from me?
If you're lucky, it's the quartermaster. If you're not, then the news of this reaches all the way to the Lathe cruisers, the guys who have most of the fleet's manufacturing on their ships.
So if I'm understanding this, he could have chose to use it on the 11 and succeeded the test.
But then it gets somebody pissed off at me.
You would succeed the test, you would get the gear, and then there would be complications.
But do you have to call this before you or after you roll?
It doesn't specify, so for today I'll say you can do it after, but going forwards, like starting next week, you'll have to do it before.
I'll stick to just doing it before and just not succeed. Also, I really don't want the since I know the doubles. Like, nah.
Well, I'd like to try to requisition that refractor field. So it's very rare. So that means what? It's -20?
Yeah.
And then we're at
Yes.
+10 from the conditions on the front, you said?
Yes. With a
S-
squad's logistic rating of +15, you'll be looking for a 5 or below.
Okay. And fuck it, I'm going to call for the scavenging on that. So a 15 or below. If I understand that correctly.
Yeah.
Yes.
As long as it's a double.
As long as it's not a double. Well, what are the chances that I also roll double?
What chances you roll doubles 3
God
times in
damn
a
it!
row?
Yay!
Exactly 1 in a million.
Exactly.
You do have a second requisition attempt.
I shall, and it shall also be a scavenging attempt for a refractor field. Because what are the chances that it happens 4 times in a row? Well, at least it's not doubles, but god damn did I flub those rolls badly.
Hey,
You can
post
use your
the,
fate point.
the link
No.
to the books, please? Again, Sleuth?
Link to what?
The books,
books.
so I can,
Ah,
that
Uh,
you had last week.
I
Character sheet, but I didn't get the rest of the little thing. I didn't.
Oh,
have
you didn't save the other ones?
Yeah, no, it was too much. I didn't want to fill up my thing with all these books.
I will just go into my Google Drive and find it there instead of scrolling up through an entire week and a half of playing D&D.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, and I couldn't find it. I was like, fuck it, I'll just ask. Because I want to requisition a big chainsword.
There is the Eviscerator Chainsword.
That's the one I wanted to requisition, the one we talked about last week, the big sword.
All right, melee weapons. Eviscerator is very rare. So conditions on the front give a +10, but because of how rare it is, you're at a -20, so you're looking at a 5 or below. However, because the regiment is trained in the art of scavenging and theft,
Tactical
choose.
requisitions.
yes, strategically transporting equipment.
To another
Um,
location.
You can choose to take a +10 to your requisition. So you'll be looking for a 15 or below. But if you roll doubles like 11, 22, 33, there will be consequences eventually.
Question, Sleuth.
Answer.
So I was looking at the logistics rating for the squads on page 162. And it seems, and you said our squad rating is a 25?
Did my Discord die? Or...
Yeah, I didn't hear
Oh,
anything in
yeah.
response to that.
Okay. I have logistics ratings on page 162.
Right. Yeah, table 6-1. And you said that we're at 25 on that, the senior squad rank non-commissioned officer.
The squad right now is a 15.
So my question
the-
is, because I'm a commissar, why isn't it 50?
The commissariat does get benefits.
Does the Mechanicus get benefits?
There's no Mechanicus
see.
listed in this.
I don't see Mechanicus on a list. It is all command ranks.
Tech Priest? Engine Seer?
It's
I command.
Crusade Commander, Salient Commander, Battle Zone Command. Yeah, command,
I
not commander.
good. I command good.
Regimental Officer, Senior Officer or Commissariat, Company Command Officer, Platoon Officer. Yeah, it's just officer ranks, Gilbert.
Well, I suppose that's fair
So-
because we're not technically part of the normal rank structure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we don't
so
really requisition stuff. We just make it or fix it.
mechanically, it is just to kind of keep everyone in the same ballpark. But I will go up to a 35 and just split the difference if that's fine with you.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't help me get my refractor field. I rolled 95 for my low one. But it might help Scent get his carapace armor. Since he rolled an 11.
Yeah. All right, I'll allow it. So we're shifting the squad logistics rating up to 35 then.
Right,
No.
so plus 22, effectively.
I'm picturing like our squad going to the fucking armory, and it's just each one of us is taking turns trying to fucking bully, cajole, intimidate, or through proper paperwork get the armory officer to give us the shit we want.
Big sword.
Yeah, and then I just show up and wave my hat around.
Yeah.
Beware the hat.
That tells everyone to fuck off and file proper paperwork.
So what do
He
I need
really
to
doesn't.
roll?
Let's see. To get this going before I start making jokes. Plus 10, and I said it was very rare on the.
Yes, you did.
So that is a 25 or below. And who was the first person to roll that? Tonight's solution. Scent, if you would like to pick something else for your second choice, since your first one
Yeah,
will give you that
baby.
carapace with your
All right,
adjusted values.
I'll take a look.
How's that?
Alright.
I rolled a 5.
Yeah. So,
My bad luck helped me.
so you do get a second requisition request. Yeah, basically this guy doesn't care about your rank as commissar, but he does appreciate a very nice hat, and you do have a very nice hat.
What page is
But
the,
he just wants to make it
score
clear it
on?
has nothing to do with the fact that you're a commissar.
Armory starts on page 174.
Thank you.
There is other stuff kind of scattered about, but in terms of like weapons and tools and stuff, most of
Yeah,
it's below that.
So, mister, right now, because you're a regular Ogren and not a Boned, which you won't be able to get until the 2,500 experience mark, you would normally only be able to use weapons that have the Ogre Improved keyword. However, there's a total of 7 in the core book between ranged and melee, so anything you get from the fleet is going to be designed for creatures large and clumsy like Ogren.
Hey, strong.
The trait you have is called clumsy.
I'm strong. I'm not clumsy. I'm strong.
DM, it's probably just best to leave it there. I've seen an ogre in tear a man's arms off over less.
As if that would stop me.
Ogre. So I got my sword then, right?
Yes, the quartermaster is assembling everything that is being successfully requisitioned for the squad.
My God, we're going into battle.
Sent, we gotta update our names.
I'm getting there. I think I would like to try to get a suspensor.
A suspensor, you say?
Yes, and that's extremely rare.
Extremely rare, you say?
Indeed, I do.
Uh-huh. That's even rarer than very rare. Good luck.
Indeed.
That's
Fine.
a total of minus 20, so you're looking for minus... No, you're looking for a 15 or below.
All right.
You can try strategically transferring equipment.
Yes, I would like to try to strategically transfer equipment to my location. So 25.
Just don't roll doubles.
Just don't roll doubles.
Hey, mister.
I rolled double.
Ooh.
There's a weapon on page 174 that says Ogren proof. M34 autocannon.
There's 7 weapons that have the funny word. One of them is sense. Speaking of scent,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think a 55 is going to get you the equipment you're looking for.
No, it doesn't. It's very sad.
Indeed.
So, what does giving my common las gun and my very rare auxiliary grenade launcher give me?
An underslung grenade launcher.
If you're trading them in as part of the requisition,
Mhm.
I'll call it a... what even are the rarities? I'll call it a plus 10.
So I would need to hit 35 or less for a very
Uh,
rare acquisition.
Very rare would be... Yeah.
Or power sword.
Ah, right. Mhm. You
Hmm.
do also have the option of your scavenger doctrine, which hasn't horribly backfired yet.
Well, I only drop it by 10 and doesn't help.
Yeah. Just
So, I try again. I declare scavenger. That would help if I put a D in there.
it would be hilarious if you rolled another 100.
Okay, power sword.
All right, you have traded your last gun and grenade launcher for a power sword.
Mm-hmm.
What a strange team this is shaping up to be.
Well, if my both requisitions went well, I would be getting a sniper rifle. That's fucking basic as fuck, but still pretty good actually.
Yeah.
200-meter range, D10 +4 3 pen. It's not that bad. It's only scarce too. It's not very rare.
All right.
But alas, I have no requisitions.
Is that everyone's requisitions?
Not me.
Mr. Gilbert, have you decided on requisitions?
Plasma gun.
Plasma gun or plasma pistol?
Same rarity.
They're the same rarity. It's more just for bookkeeping later.
Well, the plasma gun does shoot further.
Mm-hmm.
Shoots further, shoots more, takes longer to reload, weighs more, and you cannot put it in a ballistic mechadendrite because it can't get the compact upgrade.
Right now I have. Can I?
Wait, hold on. The plasma gun cannot go on the mechadendrite?
Plasma pistol can. It requires a pistol class weapon with the compact upgrade.
Mechadendrite weapons are pretty fun.
And Mister, you do have a second requisition if you want something else.
Yeah,
I know.
but
I'm just looking for what I want.
I don't think I have that particular mechadendrite. Yeah, I
Think
got
about
a.
getting some armor.
Oh wait, no, I've got mechadendrite weapon and utility.
But
Is that
why need
training or
why need
equipment?
armor?
I don't know. It says mechadendrite use
Well, then I'll
weapon,
use armor.
comma utility.
That is training then. If it was equipment, it would be on page 2. I think you get the option. You get training for both. You get the option for the equipment.
Okay.
And if I remember right, on page 2 under your gear, you picked utility.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Yes. Okay. So in that case, I just have the utility mechadendrite. So I'll need to carry my gun in my mechanical hands.
But then try to requisition the mechadendrite.
But how expensive is the mechadendrite?
Let's see. Cybernetics.
Should get me a power shield, a power field shield. That way I can. You can't hit me from a distance.
The
You have
ballistic
to get into melee
mechadendrite
with me.
is very rare. The power shields work slightly different than that. They have a flat chance to negate any attacks.
Oh,
I think on the low end common craftsmanship for force fields, it's a 30% chance to negate any. 30% chance to negate any attacks, with a 10% chance to overload.
oh, okay. So Ruffles, what do you think I should spend my last requisition?
Why worry about him getting close when you can blow him away from 300 meters with an M34 autocannon?
He's got
Oh,
a
you want me to
ballistic
get
skill of like
big
13.
gun? Yeah, I don't have.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
have a big
hilarious.
I have my
This
ballistic.
dude walking
skill is
around with a fucking
32.
autocannon on his shoulder.
I mean, I could carry it. That's not the issue. My strength is damn near max, so I could carry it.
Sleuth, what was the difficulty for trying to get myself another mechadendrite?
For the ballistic mechadendrite, it's very rare.
The same as the plasma. Well, I do like mechadendrites. I have insufficient cybernetics. I need more. My flesh is weak.
Very weak.
I crave the surety of steel. Yes, I would like to acquire a ballistics mechadendrite.
Here, I can just send you a list of the cybernetics and their rarities. It is on page 204. And it
I could
looks
get a heavy
like
flamer.
so.
A heavy flamer.
Actually, the flamers might be really good for you because they don't have a lot of damage, but they do not miss as long as somebody's in range. There's a agility test to avoid the fire rather than a ballistic skill test to hit with the gun.
M34 autocannon. Oh my god, it's Ogrim proof.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's one of 7 weapons that are in the core book.
What is that
That's why when I
heavy
seen it-
number?
Heavy stubber is basically just a 50 cal machine gun. In theory, it can range anywhere between like 8mm bullets and 20mm shells, but generally it's 50 cal.
All right, and how many requisition rolls are there?
You get 2.
I get 2.
Okay, so if I was rolling for a very rare, I need a 25 or less. That's what you said, right?
I will double check the math, but that sounds right.
Sorry, I would have done my homework on this, but I didn't realize we were getting to requisition right away.
Very rare is a -20 with a +10 from front modifier. So yes, very rare is a 25 or below. You
Okay,
can
here we
use
go,
your-
Ruffles.
Do you want to use your scavenger doctrine training to get a +10 with consequences if you roll doubles?
Yeah.
All right,
Sure.
and this is for the autocannon.
Yeah.
Fucking autocannon.
Oh my god, I missed it by 2! I
Now,
missed
mister.
it by 2!
Mister, you do have 2 fate points if I remember right. You can use one of those to re-roll.
Do it.
Wait,
If you
wait, hang on. Does he have the las rifle and the grenade launcher like like everybody else does?
Yeah.
Yes.
You could trade those in. That modifies the score.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. How about how much?
Enough.
Normally you'd have to declare that before you roll, but I'll allow it.
I didn't know it though.
It-
so I would have
yeah.
declared it if I knew that.
It's a
So-
+10, so it will get you the autocannon.
You don't need a las rifle when you got an autocannon. Dear God, what have
Oh,
we
God.
created?
We're either really
Something
stealthy or really
glorious.
loud. There's no.
I think I'm the only one that's built for stealth.
Technically, I am built for stealth as well. Until I start revving the chainsword.
Stealth, what is that? That's
You're the heavy stealth squad all by yourself.
I'm the brute
Stealth
squad.
Stealth is what you get to call it once you make sure nobody called the mission in from the other side. Like, are you sure that was a stealth operation? Well, did you hear them radio anything up? No. Then yes, it was a stealth operation.
Hmm.
This movie's so quotable. Go away before I call the brute squad. I'm the
Okay,
brute
okay.
squad. You are the brute squad.
Send, I
Yeah.
gotta ask you for your opinion.
Yes.
Should I be going for the ballistic mechadendrite, or do you think I should be going for stuff like a calculus log eye implant, or perhaps even the cerebral implant? You know, really going for the fact that I'm the party's smart dude.
I mean, okay. If you were to build for a more balanced party comp, I would go for like the cerebral or the logis implant. For fun, though, the ballistic mechadendrite is fun. So, yeah,
Go for the fun.
yeah, go for the fun.
Party comp.
You just got to remember, it's a party comp. Have fun with it.
PRTAY? Because I gotta.
Yeah, I know. It's just I'm looking at the ability to do really good on my skill checks. And like, what kind of tomfoolery could we get up to if I can just, huh? Well, okay, yeah. I guess for my first one under sleuth, I should like to get a ballistics mechadendrite.
All right. Ballistics mechadendrite, I believe, is very rare.
And was there a thing there about pawning off power knives and grenade launchers?
It was the M36 las gun and the attached grenade launcher.
That's what we were
Um,
pawning off, but he can pawn off the knife, right?
In theory, you can pawn off any of your war gear depending on how valuable and rare it is. It will give a different bonus.
Well, we'll pawn off that power knife, a grenade launcher. I want to keep the las gun for now. I can't be going into combat with no weapons.
Or knife and grenade launcher. I probably should have given the power knife rarity. It was the rarity of a power sword.
Very rare.
I'll give a plus 15 for the two.
So I need to roll below a
40?
So,
25
yeah,
base.
yeah.
40.
5. 30 plus 15.
You get 30 from.
I thought Under's whole thing upgraded our base chance to 30.
Up to 35.
Up to 35. Wait, so is it?
So
What am I
So the-
rolling? What's my golden number?
the logistic score is 35. Modifiers bring that down to a 25 for a very rare. You get a plus 15 for the trade, and so you're looking for 40 and below.
Gotcha. All right. Blessed be the Omnissiah. Provide me with a mechadendrite.
You can use your fate point if you'd like to re-roll that.
You suck. See, all y'all normally roll high. I always roll low, so this works out well for me.
No, I don't think I want to spend my fate point.
You do get a fate point. Well, you get your fate points refilled every session. It's not like you get one for the campaign, just so people aren't overvaluing the scarcity of it.
I do
Yeah, so-
want mechadendrites. Just hide in the back.
You can also scavenge equipment, Gilbert, and get a plus 10 on your next logistics test.
But scavenge is just no steal in this case, yes?
It can be anything from like blatant stealing to calling in favors you really shouldn't be calling in.
No. Let's,
There's only a
let's be risky.
10% chance that it causes trouble.
My poor Ogrim is a battle platform all to himself. I have a autocannon. I have a ripper gun.
Sleuth, I think
have
I
a
will
power
in
gun,
fact be
and I have
expending
an
a fate
eviscerate.
point for this mechadendrite. 45, right?
It is a 40.
40.
That does get your mechadendrite.
Happy toaster noises.
Too bad I couldn't get an earth shaker cannon. Just mouth that shit.
There's
on
a
my
fucking artillery piece.
All right.
I know, that-
The
This
Earth
is-
Shaker cannon is a whole ass artillery vehicle minus the engine and tracks.
is my goal. I want to turn into one of those.
All right, let's see here.
You're better off requisitioning a whole basilisk because at least you can pull that. Not fast, but you can pull it.
All right, ballistic mechadendrite acquired, auxiliary grenade launcher, and power knife removed.
I just scrolled down the
Kinda-
sheet and the low tech weapons blurred for a second, so it said flintlock pistol thrown.
Sleuth, I believe that leaves me with one more requisition I can attempt.
That it does.
All right, and I assume the M36 las gun is not compactable enough to fit onto a. Wait, does Ballistic Mechadendrite come with a free weapon? Weapons sold separately.
It doesn't
think
say in the sheet.
I think they do come separately, actually.
Yeah, it just says that it's an arm you can put a pistol on.
Good to know. All right.
Yeah, it does not mention having any standard weapon attached. On the bright side, that takes out half the work of getting the gun you want on it.
That's true. And besides, I can always put any other small pistol-like object I find into that thing. Well,
Normally,
you know
it
what?
would require a pistol with the compact weapon upgrade, but if you're requisitioning specifically for it, I'll just hand wave that. And if you requisition for the Mechadendrite, it's going to come with the upgrade because I'm not going to be that much of a pain in the ass about it.
Well, I do believe, guys. Do I get even? Do I double down on additional mechadendrites? Do I want to go?
I believe you
All
did,
right.
don't you?
I don't know. What that
God, I love mechadendrites.
That or
I don't know what that
is
means.
the maglev implant available?
There is a maglev implant.
Oh, that's one of the best ones.
Oh, maglev coils.
What-
Also very
It's
rare.
true. I do get to fly around like a fucking tech wizard, but also big lobster claw.
Yeah, but you never have to worry about fall damage ever again.
And I get to float over, all the pathetic tech illiterate barbarian.
Gilbert, have you played Deus Ex Mankind Human Revolution?
I haven't known.
Ah. You basically get the implant in that game, and it's so much fun.
God, I'm just gonna be replacing my whole body with these fucking augmetics. That'll be my whole
You're
shit.
Adeptus Mechanicus. That's the whole
Yes, give me more metal bits. Maglev coils.
You can also take the locator matrix, which just puts a GPS in your brain.
I don't know what none of that means.
We
Or
might need that for
illuminant.
Gut Gasha.
Or a luminant capacitor.
I have a big gun.
I mean, the correct answer with being a Mechanicus member is like stick
All of them.
more. Yeah, give me more.
Bitches love cannons.
Okay, so do you guys think maglev or more mechadendrites?
maglev.
Maglev.
All right, maglev. What I got to roll under?
I don't know.
Sleuth.
Maglev is very rare, so you're looking for a
40. Again.
40 with the trade-in, so it's going to be a 25, unless you're trading in other war gear for this.
Yes, I'd like to trade in my 3 crack grenade, 3 frag grenades, and 2 smoke grenades.
All of your grenades can get you a, let's see, 3 crack, 3 frag, 2 smoke. Let's call it a 12.
New Imperium program. Cash for crackers.
All right, so trading in all your grenades gets you 12 on your 25, so you're looking for a 37 and below.
Wait, can I give him my gear? Because I don't want grenade. I want his smoke though. So 6 crack, 6 frag.
All right. All that at 20 then.
45.
Yes.
Blessed be the Omnissiah.
My completely arbitrary scale of something with numbers.
Nay, an
Um,
89.
All right. And that is everyone's requisitions, question mark.
So for the like trade and stuff like that, the stuff still goes away, right?
On a successful logistics chest, you trade it in. It's not a bribery to get him to think better. It's the deal wasn't worth it, so no.
Oh, okay. So we keep our stuff. Got it.
Yes.
We can try to pawn off the grenades on him next time.
Yeah, it's basically what's going to get the armor the least amount of paperwork. Taking half a grenadier squad's usable grenades and grenade launchers is going to be a bit of paperwork.
Additionally, he doesn't want to explain why they gave up most of their grenades.
Basically. All right. But is everyone done with requisitions? Going once, going
Yes.
twice.
When do we make more requisitions?
Next session.
Awesome.
There's generally going to be a requisition per session.
All
Sometimes
right.
you'll have two. Sometimes, if you really piss off the quartermaster, you won't get one for a week. But I'm sure we didn't have like 3 people roll doubles with scavenger. That would be silly. But all right, you have received your briefing, and a quartermaster, not a quartermaster, that's the wrong word. A corporal will run up to the Commissar Tenebras, and he will salute, hand over a data slate, say, Sir Commissar, orders from the colonel. She is currently busy reprimanding the lieutenant for his initial briefing.
Very good, Corporal.
Best of luck to you and yours, Commissar. And he will scamper off to do corporal stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it is basically just deployment orders telling you you'll be taking a Valkyrie down to the forest region to investigate what's essentially a couple militia bases. They don't know the exact makeup of the militia forces, but if they're of dubious loyalty to the God Emperor of mankind, but they're not traitors to all of humanity, and it's only their faith that is wavering, they're to be brought back to the fleet because they can still be made useful before they die.
Okay.
Otherwise, deal with them as you see fit.
Excellent.
And the armory is just a short jaunt away from the hangar, so the Valkyrie is ready to deploy whenever the squad is assembled.
In the case of some of us, perhaps literally.
Perhaps.
Reassembled is still assembled.
Currently plugging in that ballistics mechadendrite.
All right. Well, I go around and handpick my usual squad, which always gets me funny looks when I do so, but I do trust them to have my back.
Jawohl, Herr Kommandant.
Yeah, so I just have them all reporting the Valkyrie. Mu Theta 17's point things like, all right, get finish attaching your arms to yourself again, and then get to the Valkyrie.
Of course, Commissar.
The fleet's cybernetics suite is modular enough that it can be done in the back of a Valkyrie if it's just a couple implants getting added on.
Well, I thought he was getting like a whole mechadendroid added.
Yeah, just plugging a Doc Ock arm into my back.
Yeah.
Well, technically, it's just into the backpack. But you got to make sure it's calibrated right. Otherwise you go to use the mechadendrite and you tell it to swing, and then it chops a wood block in half. That's why you don't do it in the back of a Valkyrie.
No, the first year engineers would never. That would be silly. Especially not after telling their senior engineers that they shouldn't be standing with their face 3 inches away.
So do we have any complications getting everyone together whole, intact, and without Mechanicus add-ons in the back of the Valkyrie?
Unless somebody is intentionally causing problems, no. Not yet, at least. I'm going to assume from the silence that nobody is intentionally causing problems. And once you signal to the Valkyrie pilot, they already have the Valkyrie pre-flighted and ready for takeoff. So all I have to do is turn the engines on.
Yep.
You start feeling gravity as it descends, and
yeah, and then I start briefing the squad on the way down. Today's in-flight movie will be briefing on our mission.
The finest of in-flight, the Commissar.
A Commissar that actually reads the briefing. Huh.
Yeah, there's 3 of them in the Imperium, and you got all 4 in the fleet here.
Wait, we have Caiaphas can't. Wait, no, he doesn't do it. He skips that shit.
How do you think we got assigned to such a prestigious post? It was by reading the briefings.
Yeah, the post outside of Astra Militarum law and outside the jurisdiction of the High Lords of Terra, because nobody can fucking find the fleet.
They lost the map.
Look, if they can't find us, the enemy certainly won't be able to.
Brilliant.
Which is exactly why the last time this fleet was in the position that its paperwork said was during the age of technology. What was that, 20 millennia ago?
Wait, who knows that? We need to track those guys down and eliminate them. They're not supposed to know that.
The Admiral of the fleet knows that, and pretty much nobody else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because the tech priest members of this party definitely never shut the fuck up about how sacred and old everything in this fleet is.
Yeah, but it's a major violation of OPSEC to let anybody know where the fleet is. So the fact that the Admiral knows is fine, but no one else should.
I don't know where we are.
Exactly.
I never knew.
Well, where we are is in the back of Valkyrie, about to go take on a mission. That's all that's important.
Yeah, watching the
I
in-flight
never
movie.
know where we going.
Down.
Right, down.
As the Commissar is finishing with the in-flight entertainment and briefing, the Valkyrie does gradually lower some power, start pulling up, and it goes through the measures of not ripping itself in half by putting 20 Gs on the Valkyrie's airframe that's only meant to hold like 12. After a couple minutes,
Oh, we got a
the
good
engines
pilot.
flare. An appreciably talented pilot. After a couple minutes, the engines flare a bit. It's very loud, but there is the thump thump of the Valkyrie landing, and the troop bay door opens into a small clearing about 50 meters across in a woodland area.
Arcane
There
Kingdom.
are strange planetary colors such as brown and green.
I just like to say I'm the first one out down the ramp and brings the heavy stubber up and just kind of sets a perimeter. No ambushes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I motion a squad. Go secure the area. And is there a door between me and the pilot, or is it just like a helicopter, like an open cockpit?
There is a door, but it has been like secured open.
Gotcha.
Does-
Well, I just lean over and tell the pilot, "Excellent landing. You're doing the Emperor's work. Thank you." And then I walk out of there.
Yeah, and once the party dismounts and is a safe distance away, the pilot will take off again. All right, and in this strange world of brown and green, with things that are like growing and shit, which is weird.
Ugh.
I know, how horrifying.
Untamed.
It requires more forges.
You would know, based off of the briefing, that the nearest outpost you were tasked with investigating is about half a kilometer to the north. But that outpost in particular, there hasn't been any contact with in the last month, so they don't even know if it's still in use. There are another like 5 outposts and checkpoints that are listed, and a command structure, but that is several kilometers away.
Heading for the command structure, would we be going near that close one to us that's unknown?
They're all broadly in the north direction, but they're at different headings. Like they could be anywhere from like 310 to heading 60.
Okay. Well, let's just head to the closest one then. Oh, we have Vox, right?
Who has Fox in their war gear?
No.
Does anyone have a Fox or a microbead?
9 Hekamasa.
You have 9 of them.
I definitely don't. Oddly enough, I just have a data slate and a chrono.
Oh wait, hold on. What's a Dead Space earpiece? Do I hear Isaac Clarke in my head?
No, you don't hear Isaac Clarke, but you do hear necromorphs.
Oh, wow, that sucks.
And also Linkin Park.
Oh no! Oh, now it's gonna be stuck in my head.
Oh no.
Okay, Dead Space earpiece.
I don't think
Is that-
anyone even has a Vox bead.
No, I don't think any of us have actual comms. We're just doing this the old school way.
All right.
The closest thing to comms we have is the fucking like AdMech data net between Mu Theta and SV.
No, Hekamasa, shall we get the whistles and the flags?
There are
No.
there are standardized non-Vox communication methods within the fleet that you would be trained in, but none of them are convenient or terribly reliable.
Yeah, instead of a Vox, it's called a Hey You. As in, Hey You, go that way.
Yeah.
But what is a Dead Space earpiece? I am interested.
Each of these devices can limit high-volume sonic disturbances, such as explosions, by
Oh, okay,
automatically
ear
detect.
protection.
Yeah,
Gotcha. All right, cool.
yeah. They're automatic sensing earplugs. Everybody should have them. It is in his little sticky. It just might not be on everybody's sheet because mine wasn't listed on my sheet.
Nice. Okay. So we won't
Didn't make
go
those-
deaf.
I didn't make those sticky notes in like part of an afternoon. There's probably going to be a couple things I left out.
Yeah, 2 grenade launchers per squad is also listed on there, so I'm assuming somebody has a grenade launcher or 2.
I mean, I have one. It's the auxiliary one at the bottom of the.
No.
Oh, you-
Everyone,
I
everyone
have
gets
one.
So
everyone
on
gets the
your
auxiliary grenade launcher. That's just an underbarrel grenade launcher. Then the
Mhm.
squad gets an additional 2 like M302 style grenade launchers, where it's its own weapon with a 6-shot mag.
Neat.
Grenadier standard kit, 1 aux grenade launcher weapon upgrade per character.
Right,
1
okay.
addition of grenade, 1 suit of light carapace, 1 Dead Space earpiece, and 2 grenade launchers per squad. I'm assuming the commissaire, and I don't know what Scent is.
Don't we have a heavy weapons guy?
I am heavy weapons guy.
I like him.
Right, so we got
He's
the ogre and we got the heavy weapons guys. They should have the 2 grenade launchers.
I have an autocannon.
He has the grenade launcher of, fortification deleting.
All right, I can carry the other one. Then, if you don't want it.
No, I wouldn't use it. You can have my
Commissar
grenades
gets
if you
the
want.
extra grenade launcher just for aesthetics.
He just looks good with it.
Well, I carry
Of
it
course he
so
does, he's
that
the commissar.
when the heavy weapons guy runs out of grenades, I can just toss him my grenade launcher and he can just keep going.
Hmm.
I mean, why is he the heavy weapons guy when all my weapons are heavier than even he is?
Because you're the heavier weapons guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Because
when you
that's
run
his
out of ammo,
job
you just pick
description.
him up.
Your job description is Ogren.
Okay. Yeah, he has the only gun I don't have. He has the heavy gun I don't have.
So SV's a Skitari, right? Any particular kind of Skitari?
Technically, by the book, I am just a tech priest engine seer, but I'm building myself as a melee. Like CQB.
Do we have a
melee.
scout?
I would be the closest scout. I did spec into stealth and stuff.
I can scout. I go check things out. I kill anything that moves.
Yeah, Only War does not have Skitari classes, but you can still use them as a sort of baseline for what direction you're putting your skills into.
Best way
Yeah.
to scout: lay waste to the land and walk through the bodies.
Well, first we
Yeah,
gotta
is that
find
you?
them. All right, so why don't we have SV sit like, I don't know, 20 meters or so ahead of us? Scouting, and then we're bringing up the rear as we head towards the space.
All right. SB is taking point with a 20-meter gap.
Yeah. Sorry, I just said 20 meters because the way you've been talking, these are all metric units. Does the system use metric or English for stuff?
Metric.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is
Everything
a
I've
British
seen has
company,
been
I
in
believe.
fucking metric.
Yeah. If you want approximations for 50 reference, the game uses 2 meters, as 5th edition would use 5 feet.
Yeah, okay. I'm comfortable in either, so I don't care. I was just trying to keep it straightforward for you, so you didn't have to do conversions. On if all your book stuff's in feet and I'm talking in meters.
I'm fine with either. I can convert them close enough, but the books do use metric.
Then I'll keep using metric. I just wanted to verify that.
All right.
Unless anybody has a better idea. In terms of having SV be our scout and the rest of us follow 20 meters behind.
Nope, no problems there.
No problem.
Good Gasher, watch her back. We don't want anything sneaking up on us. Make sure you annihilate it if it tries.
All right. Now, who is handling navigation? Would that also be SV, or is someone
think-
calling up to him which way to go?
Mu Theta would probably communicate to me because you would actually probably have the higher navigation surface role than me.
Yeah, assuming that Mu Theta and SV can create local Wi-Fi that Mechanicus all use. I forget the name of it offhand.
Noosphere.
The Noosphere, yes. If they have connections to like a private Noosphere, it probably makes sense to have Mu Theta doing the navigation since he's the int-based guy.
I have high int. It's just not my highest stat, even though.
Right, I'm pretty sure it is Mu's highest stat. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
55.
Yeah.
What
So-
is it?
55.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say. I thought you said 35. I was like, fuck, mine's almost higher than that. It's 34, I think, for me.
And 35 is still high for starting level characters.
Oh, yeah, 35 is
Oh.
my int. My
My highest
agility is
stat is
39. My weapon skill is 47.
My highest skill
Alright.
is
I
strength.
spent XP on making my sword hit harder.
So, Mu Theta 17. If you could give me a navigate surface, and anybody who is also trained in navigate surface can assist with up to 2 people helping, each for a +10 to the target.
All right. Well, I don't have any pips in any of that, so I don't. What am I just rolling? D100?
If you're using a skill you're not trained in, it is the accompanying characteristic -20.
So target number 35.
Does anybody have any training in service navigation in this party?
Nope.
We're a
Okay.
Grenadier squad. If there's trees in the way, we just blow them up. Can't get lost
mean,
in the
we're
woods
at-
if there's no woods.
I mean, for real, that's we.
It took.
I mean, for real.
It took 2 centuries for this tree to grow, and look at that! I've made a bridge in what 5 seconds.
Took me all of what? 5 seconds? 10 tops.
Another quotable as fuck movie.
Oh,
I
nice.
know, right?
I don't know why that movie got panned. It's so good. So I'm-
Lots of hate from Disney for like it wasn't actually the movie that sucked. It was everybody around it that
gotcha.
the movie
so
was
I need,
fucking phenomenal.
so we
it
need
was
to
the
roll below a
studio.
35.
Yes.
Plus 10s from helping.
If anybody is helping, up to 2 people can help with most tasks.
But they have to be
Yeah, they're
trained in
okay.
the skill.
What's going on?
They, Thomas,
Thomas has arrived.
are you going to be joining us for Only War?
Hello. Yeah.
All right. Do you have your character? Do you have a character sheet? Were you here last week?
Yes.
You were, because you joined really late, right? The party landed in Valkyrie, and they're looking for outposts that once belonged to the militia. Right now, the party is performing navigation tests to see if they can find the place.
You know anything about navigating there, Thomas? Is your character skilled in any navigation-based abilities?
Of the 3 navigation abilities, I know none of them.
Well, okay, you're as smart as the rest of us then. All right.
We're lost in the fucking woods. All right. So if I'm getting help from 2 people, we have to roll below 55 again.
But they have to be trained, and nobody's trained.
Oh, so 35. All right.
Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Never mind.
What was the why?
I was just
What
checking
that?
because I think I have like some command stuff that might have been able to buff you.
Not with that roll.
Yeah.
That's why he said never mind so fast.
All right. And it was about half a kilometer.
Turns out we
You
went
know,
the wrong way.
well, you at least know which general direction north is in. But you're, um, yeah, guys like syncing chronos, and not everyone's syncing it, and not everyone's really paying attention, and I'm sure all this green and brown is throwing off your much more refined mechanicus sensibilities.
Wait, hold on. Did you say that the
Stupid
chronos
trees.
aren't syncing?
Everyone's synchronizing their chronos now, just to make sure they're like actually in sync with the planet's day-night cycle.
If those chronos aren't working, I can administer the right of percussive maintenance.
Is that what you would like to do?
I couldn't understand you. You one hard robot.
Would you like to perform the
maybe
rite of
it's
percussive
me.
maintenance?
Yeah, yeah.
I think we just maintenanced our engine seer.
Where go? Stupid trees.
Where did he go?
I think he's restarting Discord.
Amazing how easy it is to lose someone in bright red robes in a sea of brown and green.
Well, that's
My robes are
unfortunate.
not bright red.
Anyway, moving on.
All right. So yeah, Mu Theta 17 seems to be having some troubles navigating. What's everyone else doing?
I'm back.
Following Mu 7 Theta 7.
Stupid
No,
trees.
SV.
I'm just commanding them, is what I'm doing.
All right.
Which would have let me add a +10 to his check.
Not that it would save it, but
It wouldn't
it's a
have
thought
saved
that
it, but
counts.
yeah. Yeah, I can inspire my followers to greater efforts through praise, careful direction, or threats of violence.
Which one do you use on your tech priests?
Careful direction, as I pull out the map and indicate very carefully that this is where we want to go, Mu Theta. There may even be old tech crap there.
Archaeotech.
As you're showing Mu Theta the map, and Mu Theta's thinking only about ancient technology.
Right, it backfired on me. I just distracted him.
There's currently a runtime error in one of his implants.
He's Homer Simpson thinking about a donut right now.
SV0102, are you like directly in front of the party? Are you off to the side a bit on either end?
I'd be just, they're just following behind me, so I'd imagine just directly in front, and Mu Theta and I are, TACCOM communicating via, laser link or whatever the private network
Yes,
we
sir.
have is.
I rolled navigate surface.
That is a very good roll, but what's your target? Because you are an ogre, and I do need to ask.
I don't know.
What's your intelligence
I'm
score?
For,
What's your intelligence number? The big number for intelligence.
18.
Are you trained with navigate surface?
No.
All right, so you're looking for a 5 or below. That doesn't quite cut it.
With
But
understing would give it a +10, would make it a 3. I would pass.
so the modifiers both ways are cumulative. So being untrained makes it a -20. having a +10 from the commissar's commanding and guidance would make it a total of -10. So you'd still be looking for an 8. So the 13 doesn't quite cut it.
And I do
there
have to
is
make a check to apply that +10.
Okay, I just thought
Yeah.
we could hurry this up.
Oh, don't worry. That's going to be handled as Mu Theta 17's thoughts of Archaeotech and digital drool are distracting you a little bit, SV0102, but there is percussive maintenance as you smack your head on the awning of a bunker.
We just walked into the place. Oh my god.
Yeah, you step around a tree and you are immediately met with reinforced steel of very, very old buildings.
Me find. Look,
How did that get here?
You are in the right area for the outpost.
Hmm. R2D2 noises. Mu Theta hears target acquired.
I look for an entrance.
All right. So as far as entrances, you can climb in through the bunker's firing port if you're small enough.
Nope, I'll probably stand
But-
outside with the heavy gunner.
It's probably a good call, Mr. Ogren. It is very dark in there.
Ain't no go in. No.
But a bunker like this would typically have its actual door out in the back.
How high up is the bunker window?
Bunker windows at about shoulder height at the top.
Okay. So I can pull
Dark in
myself up
there.
into it.
Dark in there.
Yeah, you can crawl in if you're not an Ogren. Do you have anything that would let you see in the dark, or are you just going off of sunlight?
I'm not sure. Do I get anything from being Mechanicus for night vision or no?
Mechanicus night vision. I don't think just being Mechanicus gives you anything for that. But you would. Oh, fuck it up. They call it a flashlight anyways. I'll say there's a low enough setting on the las gun that you can just use it as a flashlight without actually burning through ammo.
What last gun?
Nobody has a last gun.
I have a
I
las
have,
gun.
I have power sword. Can power sword be light source?
Our sword will give you like a couple meters of light if you turn it on, and you make the very loud crackling noise of electricity that is strong enough to disintegrate steel weapons.
I can
Yeah,
punch
that's
a few
fine.
holes in the walls. Light come in.
All right. You're turning on your power sword for a couple meters of light. And you hear off in the distance a lot of scampering, like boots on concrete. Because it would be Duracrete, or is that Star Wars? I forgot what they call it. Rockcrete, that's what it is. You hear scampering that sounds an awful lot like boots on Rockcrete, coming from northeast, somewhere off in the distance. It's faint, but it's there.
Do you see a door to let us in?
I'll say, yeah. Do I see any doorways or anything to get out of this bunker or let them inside?
So a bunker would normally have, at least this model bunker, assuming it's up to Imperium standards, would have like a wall between the door and the firing deck, just so that you're not getting shot through the windowsill as soon as you step in through the doorway. But you are able to find the door easy enough. You step around to the Rockcrete back wall, and there's a like 4-meter long hallway that'll go to the door, and just opens into a little foxhole in a trench network That has definitely seen better days. It's slightly better than divots in the ground right now.
All right. Which direction did I hear the footsteps?
North, northeast somewhere is kind of hard to tell over the crackling of your power sword. It was in
So in
front
a
of you
general
somewhere.
that way direction.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I go look for the exterior door, communicate to Mu Theta which door I'm opening.
Yeah, the bunker's
Acknowledged.
like 15 meters wide, and the door's just on the back end.
Oh, I also pass along the potential hostile information.
Um, I could have sworn I had a map of this trench network, but I'll just remake a really quick one.
Well, it sounds like though that all of us except Gutgasha can get in through this window,
Yes.
and it leads out into a trench on the other side.
It's dark in there.
Trench is a strong word for what's left. It's like a thigh to hip height divot.
It's a trough.
It's more of a very well worn out footpath at this point. Yeah.
Okay. Gutgasha, there's a trench on the other side of this bunker. We'll meet you there. Go up and over.
Okay.
Wait for us there.
Building starts shaking as he climbs it.
All right. Uh, Here is a very quickly made picture. Party is in blue, green is bunkers, and the trough is the black lines. And this whole thing is just overgrown. Like there are trees immediately outside of every part of this trench network.
So what you're saying is the local guardsmen that were supposed to be here have not been maintaining the trench network to Imperial standards?
Not in the slightest.
I see. On the way through the bunker, do I notice any like intelligence? Like, is there any maps, papers, journals, things like orders laying around, things like that?
Could you go ahead and give me? Duh. Hmm. Scrutiny's more of a social thing.
Awareness.
Awareness would work.
Okay. Now
If you're
I'm trained in that.
if you're training for Common Lore, Astra Militarum is higher. You can use that training on the whichever one. Has a
Nah, they're
higher
both at just
characteristic.
trained.
Ah, all right.
I can help with awareness.
All right. So there's a +10.
Okay, so that brings a total to 36. Anybody else trained in awareness or common lore Imperial Guard?
I'm trained
Awareness.
in and common lore.
All right, there you go. So that's two people helping. So that's what,
All
another
right.
+10, so we're up to 46.
Yes. And this is a fairly easy thing given your nature as a commissar. So I don't remember what they call it, but it'll be an additional situational modifier of +20.
So 66.
Make it in
Yes.
order.
Is the difficulty names.
Okay. So with a 66, I just have to roll under that.
66 or below. If you meet it, you pass.
Nope.
Oh. There's not a lot of dust, which is impressive for their one thing that they've managed to do right.
What do you
But,
mean?
you don't-
There's dust.
There's not a lot, and for how run down the rest of this place is, it's certainly not up to Imperial Guard standards, much less your standards, but
It's going on the list.
naturally.
Are there any cogitators in this bunker?
Would you like to give me... that would also probably be awareness. Da, da, da.
I'm trained in that.
Yeah, awareness or common lore, Adeptus Mechanicus.
Well, I think we have enough people that I don't need to help you with that. However, because you're technically a subordinate, I can attempt the command check to give you another +10 on top of that.
Okay.
That is separate from the help, so it will stack with the 2 assistants.
Sleuth, so I am trained in both.
Never mind.
God, y'all suck.
Awareness and common lore.
Then use whichever one is higher.
Okay.
And then you have my help, and then I think somebody else can help with awareness.
What's the target?
The target is... how trained are you with common lore Mechanicus? Yes.
Common lore mechanicus. I'm simply trained.
All right, then since that is an intelligence skill, it will be equal to your intelligence characteristic.
So 55 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10.
Plus 2. Under his command skill did not work. So he has to make
So
a
a
test.
75.
Yes.
Yeah, look at that.
All right. So you would know that it is fairly standard practice to have some kind of access to a command network in any actually fortified area. Looking around this bunker, you don't see any cogitators or access nodes, but you do see the power cables. That would imply there used to be some kind of cogitator in this bunker.
Is there currently power coming through those?
No.
The bunker is fully abandoned.
Well, let's move on then. And we all step out into that trenches and start heading for... I assume that on your map the command area is up to the north?
Yeah, there is more to the trench network up north, but if it's a proper bunker system, it would probably be subterranean. And the defenses would be above ground in bunkers and stuff.
What I mean, though, this is the outer ring. There's a couple more rings of defense to get through to get to the command area.
Yes.
All right, let's head that way. Does this appear to be laid out like a standard Imperial trench setup? They didn't do any improvisation.
Could you give me common or scholastic lore for Imperial Guard? Or tactics, if you have that.
Yeah, I have Tactica Imperialis for Scholastic lore, but I also have Imperial Guard for common lore.
All right. Scholastica Tacticus, or whatever it was, I'll give you a +10 for that, or you can go with common lore for the guard.
I think I'll go with common lore because I bet a bunch of people can help me with that, and I can get +10 or
Anyone with
+20.
either can help.
Ah, okay. We have a couple of guys who have common or scholastic lore about this, right? Sound off.
For guard?
Yeah.
Indeed, I'm one.
Anybody else?
Not for guard. I
I'm
only
guard.
have mechanicus and tech.
SB?
Same.
Valdrick?
I got cryptology.
Okay, so plus 10 it is, so 39.
Hmm.
Now, I just imagine the dice bot is like that little imp in the organizer. We're just going bing bong biddly beep. High rolls are good, right?
It seems fortune is not smiling upon your memory today. This doesn't seem like standard Imperial Guard trench networks, but it doesn't seem like suspiciously improvised or customized for any reason. It's hard to tell.
All right, well, let's just head north. Stick to the trenches.
It's too overgrown.
Yeah. Picking out the trenches is a little bit more by feel than by looks because everything is just overgrown to high hell. Like shrubs up to your knees in some points, but you are able to find your way. Are you going up the east side, west side?
Can we see that other bunker that you have green circle?
Yeah, you can see the bunker. That is big enough and above ground that once you're beyond the immediate tree line, you can see it.
Does it look like it would be a different layout than this bunker, or is it just like a copy of it that was stamped down over there?
It's the same size and exterior shape. It's probably just a copy.
All right, now let's just stick to the west because that looks like the quickest way to go north.
All right, following the west line up to the north.
Yeah, I turn off the power sword once we're back outside.
All right. You go through another like 2 trench intersections. See another bunker off further to your west behind another tree line. Just little glimpses of it. It seems better maintained, but not by a whole lot. And then passing by the 3rd trench line, you do see what looks like stairs going into the ground. It's like metal walls that would imply there is a stairwell in the intersecting, like eastbound from your position trench line. Presumably, that would be the command bunker.
All right, let's go in.
It's dark in there.
No, it's not dark. It's filled with the Emperor's light. Now get in there.
All right. Ogren's hesitation is does that
Minus
need
10 to the command skill tests.
Yeah,
And
if
I suffer a minus 10 if I go in there. All my
if I
skill checks.
remember right, because it's a confined space, the Ogre
It's
does
dark in
need to
there.
be ordered in with
Yep.
a capital O.
Yep, the commissar has to order me, but he suffers a minus 10 penalty to any of his command skills to do so.
Okay, so I'm at a 33 then to order you inside.
Yes.
Yes. They will not enter caves, basements, ruins, infantry fighting vehicles like the Chimera, or even smaller than average buildings of their own free will.
Dark in there. It's dark in there. I move over closer to Arcan, the other heavy gunner, because that's my little one. Dark in there. Dark in there. Dark in there.
All right. Then I have a very special assignment for you, Gattakasha. And as we start filing down there, I point to like the 3rd step down, so it's like just inside the stairwell, but not like totally dark. I want you to stand here, and if anybody tries to come in after us, I want you to squish them.
I can do it. Yeah. I do that. I do that.
Very good. Then the rest of us descend down.
Aw, they don't have the hit him in the head with the rock from Princess Bride.
All right. So, Gotgasha is diligently guarding the door, and everyone else is descending into what is assumed to be the command bunker.
What's the light level
Uh,
in here?
with the Ogryn standing in the doorway, very dim.
All right. In terms of volume, I'm assuming the power knife doesn't shed as much light. Is it quieter?
It's quieter, but it'll get you like 1.5 meters of light.
Yeah, that's
Well,
fine.
the non-mechanicus guardsmen, including myself, all come with basic tools. I assume that includes a flashlight.
I will see what the basic.
Because I haven't been able to find a
say.
listing of what is basic tools.
Well, I also have basic tools.
I didn't want to make any assumptions about what the mechanics gets because I didn't look at them.
Yeah, the only thing that we get that's different is the utility mechadrite thingy, and then sacred unguents, which I'm assuming goes with the utility mechadendrite.
Well,
From what
it's
I read of the utility mechadendrite.
it's what you throw in with like the gin and stuff when you're making drinks.
It goes with the injector pistons. There's some boost.
Well, they're like
smelly.
bitters.
Yeah, it's also very smelly, so like people have advantage to see me if I'm using that. Or smell me, I guess, perception.
Yeah. I was just gonna hand wave it as there's a low enough setting on the las gun to use as a light source without draining ammo. But if basic tools doesn't have anything specific, I'll just say like it's got like a Swiss Army knife, a flashlight, first aid kit, that sort of stuff. Yeah, you can have light sources. They're not great, but they're good enough to see like across a room decently well.
So we don't trip and fall and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. The document only lists the basic toolkit in all of like the classes. It does not actually have a write-up of what the basic toolkit is.
And looking in the index, there is no like lumen as an item to be gotten.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the different cybernetics that have. I was reading through them. Some of those have light capabilities for seeing in the dark. Either
Yeah,
way, I do
can have
have the
flashlight.
lightsaber flashlight. Do we want to use the lightsaber flashlight or just our assumed flashlights?
Yes to both.
Oh, Glow Globe Lamp Pack Tools. On page 201. The write-up is...
Listed as abundant.
Where's the fuck? Oh, there's no write-up. Is it up?
Yeah. Sturdy and reliable,
very,
glow
very,
globes
very, very,
illuminate. Blah, blah, blah. Roughly the size of a clenched fist. Can shine light a dozen or so meters in width. 5 hours before their power pack needs recharging or replacement. So I guess you do have something.
Basic tools has a flashlight that's good enough to see like 7 to 10 meters.
Okay.
It's going to be dim light. It's not great, but with a whole squad of them, you can see enough.
I prefer dim light anyway. I don't want a bright-ass light saying, "Hi, we're coming through the door now." That's what the power
What do you
sword
think your
for.
power sword is?
Exactly. If I'm coming through the door, I'm announcing it by cutting the door in half.
All right, but are you I should probably describe the room.
Mhm.
The room has an overturned table that looks very flimsy. Does not look like standard Astra Militarum gear. There is a empty magazine for an auto gun on top of the table, and there is what looks like plasma scoring behind the table on the back wall from your position.
The table looked like it was overturned as a defensive position.
What you don't even need to make a test. It was either a defensive position or someone just jumped out of their seat and the table got knocked in the direction of the doorway.
There was no blast or anything like they were taking cover and somebody was shooting at them on the table.
Not on the table itself. There is like plasma scoring on the back wall behind the table from your position.
So it looks like they were shot from the way we came in down.
Yes.
Okay.
And then there's also a broken Voxcaster backpack. Just in the middle of the room, kicked off to the side a bit.
Oh, hey, Mu Theta, is there any way you could repair that?
Can I?
You as a engine seer and a creature of intelligence, you would know this would need pretty extensive repairs. Like this has had a chunk removed from it through the center. It looks like it came from some kind of weapons fire, not just it hit the ground a little bit too hard.
And what is this exactly I'm looking at again?
Voxcaster backpack. If you could find enough spare parts, you might be able to effect a repair.
Does this model, does this template of Voxcaster have any recording capacity?
Recording
This thing?
Yes.
Yes, that thing. Audio recording, maybe. That would really just depend on the individual Voxcaster. It doesn't look like this one has any audio recording devices attached to it, but it might be compatible with some.
Okay, but it doesn't have it. So it doesn't have any recording devices, and I assume the machine spirit has clearly left the device.
It would seem so, yes.
Tragic. Commissar, this Voxcaster is completely non-functional.
Pity. All right. Well, there's only one way but forward.
All right. Forward you go. You're going deeper into the command bunker,
What are the other options?
going out.
Yeah, I guess we're going deeper.
All right. Yeah, there is a door in the back wall near the plasma scoring that I may have forgotten to mention because my notes are horribly written, but you are able to go deeper in, and there is another staircase going down. It goes beyond the visible range of your meager flashlights.
Let's go.
All right. And as you're heading down, can I get awareness test?
From everybody?
From everybody, including Gutgasher, now that I think about it.
Under, how do you write the
Awareness
set
check?
target again?
What is all right, I'll just roll it.
Huh?
How do you do the set target for a dice roll?
Less than or greater than?
And trained is flat?
Yes. I don't think Gutgasha has a 65 or higher in his perception.
No. My perception is 34.
But hey, look, I succeeded on a check finally.
Oh god. I know that pain. My first
This-
character was a sergeant, and I had orders to make everyone shoot better and harder. And
My
over the
realization.
course of a 4-month campaign, it worked once, doing it every round in combat.
My realization of the lessons shit. I completely forgot we could do that.
All right, Commissar.
Yeah.
You, being the very epitome that humanity has to offer with your keen senses and your dashing appearance, you detect cowardice from down the stairs, as there are footfalls, and they're not heading towards any perceived threat. It sounds like someone's trying to desert their post.
Well, in the grand traditions of commissars everywhere, I yell out, "Cowardice!" Pull out my bolt pistol and I shoot whoever's fleeing in the back. This probably scares the shit out of SV since he's out in front.
Nope. Doesn't even flinch.
All right. Give me an attack roll at -20 because you are shooting into darkness.
Okay, so that is ballistic skill, right?
Ballistic skill, yes.
Okay. At -20. All right.
Maybe a 10 for me. I don't have ballistic skill trained at all.
Sorry, is it -20 or -10?
-20 because you are shooting into complete darkness.
I just barely missed.
Uh-huh. All right. You do hear someone yelling, "By the throne!" And what sounds like metal scraping on rockcrete. And then silence.
I would like to rush whoever this person is that the commissar is shooting at.
Splendid.
Drawing my power sword.
That sounds like we should roll for initiative. And Gutgasha, we will be getting to you after this.
He's just sitting there with his autocannon, scanning for targets.
Gutgash is an Ogren. He doesn't sound nearly that robotic or civilized. We're dead.
I'm
What?
actually humming a tune
What?
to the
All
glory
right.
of the Emperor. The glory of the Emperor.
If I remember right,
Here's what Gutgash is
17
dreaming of.
Yep.
I remember right. Mu Theta 17 has the combat formation talent. Is that
I do as
correct?
well.
Talents?
Yes. First page on the right.
No, I don't.
I do.
Wait, did you take double team?
I have double team.
Huh. Okay.
Why?
Um,
Oh, I have double team.
Double team gives bonuses for being in melee with teammates. Combat formation gives everybody in the squad a +1 to initiative, and they can use your intelligence bonus instead of their agility bonus.
I think we might want to switch that.
Yeah, I should be double team. He should be combat formation.
I told the wrong one of you to take combat formation. Oops.
All right,
Yeah,
I swapped my combat formation for double team.
Go ahead
I
and
swapped
swap
my
those.
double team for combat formation.
All right.
We
Who's made a
we
use
trade
double
floppy
team?
disks.
It was it was super effective.
All right. So
Wait, this isn't my floppy.
it must have gotten mixed up in a Valkyrie ride. So everybody, if you could give me 1d10 +1 plus either your agility bonus, which is the 10s digit. So if you have a 30 something in agility, it would be a 3, or Mu Theta 17's intelligence bonus.
Of +5.
So
Plus
yeah,
5.
+5.
Because I don't have a 50 in agility.
You would need a 60 to make it better.
Working on it, but I had to put some points in weapon skill.
Commissar, stand 1/4 meter forward to your left. Optimal placement.
All right. Let me
Getting
find
aim
why.
pointing suggestions from the fucking tech priest.
Let me find where I put the stat block for these schmucks. All right. If we could get that in order, which I should probably start doing.
I think under's on it.
Very nice. Thank you. All right,
No problem.
SB0102. The stairwell descends past the range of everybody's light sources and into darkness. The Commissar has fired his bolter, and you can tell that the bottom of the stairs is still about 12 meters away from where the bolter round exploded on the ground.
All right. Well, what determines movement distance?
That is your agility bonus. In combat, you have 2 half actions. You can use your half action to move up to your agility bonus, a full action to move double your agility bonus. If there's a target in range and you have a melee weapon, you can use a full action to charge, where you, as long as the last 4 meters is in a straight line, you can move triple your agility bonus, and you get a bonus on the following hit roll. Or
Okay.
if you have the sprint talent, you can use that to run. Actually, no, you can always run, and that'll get you quadruple your agility bonus, and penalties to hit you at range, but a bonus to hit you in melee. And if you have the sprint talent, you can double it.
So it sounds like since I can't see them, all I can really do is basically double dash forward, using my full action to sprint the fuck down there.
You can full action move, which is just using the 3 seconds of a combat round to stay at a brisk jog, or you can full action run and haul ass. But if someone tries to stab you, it's going to be easier for them because you're not really defending yourself. It does
I
make it
pick
harder
haul
to
ass.
shoot you, though.
Yeah, I
All
pick
right.
haul ass.
Hauling ass it is. What is your agility bonus for your move speed?
My agility is 39. I don't know what my bonus just the 3?
Yes, your bonus is
Okay.
always the 10s digit of a characteristic.
Yeah, I couldn't quite get it to 40 no matter what I did. 39 was the highest I could get it.
Actually, shit, that. Alright, so it seems I was a little bit off. With an agility of 30-something, your run would be 18. So it'd be triple your full speed, not quadruple your bonus. You can
Okay.
use 8. You can get down to the bottom of the stairs, and you had the power sword, right?
Correct. And I drew it, so it is lighting up the 3 meters you said it does.
Yeah. You can see at the end of 3 meters, there is a guy, like just some fucking schmuck, with a double barrel shotgun. He looks like he has just seen a ghost, and he is trying to level the shotgun at you right now, but he is not not prepared for this at all.
Hmm. Well, SV will speak. One of the rare times he does speak. Ceasing action will optimize survival.
All right. You do have another 6 meters to position yourself if you would like.
Wait, so I can just go walk over to him?
Or you can circle him like a shark.
I'm assuming if the shotgun is any whatsoever relatively realistic, because I don't have the shotgun up, the closer is worser. Is that how these shotguns work?
That's how any shotgun works.
Closer is
Yeah.
worser with any gun, especially with shotguns. But it's only in incremental values. So the normal half range, double, and triple plus. Only war doesn't do like by meter damage differences.
Okay. So currently I don't have much action economy because I ran, and I still have 6 meters of that run left. Or because I've gotten to the bottom of the stairs, I can kind of change up what I'm doing. I'm not quite sure exactly how the action economy works in this system, so I'm not sure
So-
if I'm allowed to stop sprinting now that I see somebody.
Yes, you won't see him until you're at the bottom of the stairs, but you still have 6 meters to position as you like.
Well, can I? So I can only move. That's the only action economy I have left because I dash.
Yes.
And I required at least that action economy to get down here.
Yes.
Okay. Is touching something or someone a free action?
How, like just bopping them on the nose, or are you doing something by touching them?
Trying to grab the barrel of the shotgun and point it up. Since I have 6 meters of movement, I should be able to just dash over there, but I don't know if I have the ability to grab the gun and point it straight up. He doesn't seem like he's very well trained, so he might not expect it.
He's not expecting anything, but he did get shot at. He is frazzled, but he is more adrenaline than coherent thought right now. You can like nudge the shotgun, but not enough to really throw off his aim without some kind of action economy.
Okay. And I can communicate his position to Mu Theta silently. So Mu Theta can update them as to what the situation is at the bottom of the stairs.
And you're still, if you're moving into melee with this guy, you're close enough that if they take a couple steps down the stairs, they will see this guy's boots.
Yeah, I'm gonna move into melee with this guy and hope the party gets down here in time. Let's scare the fuck out of this pissant.
All right. So you are staying in melee with the guy with the double barrel shotgun.
Correct.
All right.
I mean, I'm within the close range of the weapon. It doesn't matter where I go, he's gonna hit me with it. Whether it's point blank or 6 meters away.
All right. Mossab, I believe that would make it your turn.
Yes. So, how far am I from the bottom of these stairs?
Assuming SV wasn't at his full 20 meters outdoor reconnaissance range, you'd be like 12 to 15, depending on your place within the party.
Okay.
Well,
I would have been
He
out in
shot
front.
down the stairs.
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
like right behind SV.
Yeah, you'd be about 12 meters then. You
Okay.
can take a half action to move up to your agility modifier in meters down the stairs. At that point, you would be low enough to see SV and this guy's boots. Like, he would be a valid target, but it would be a lot of stuff unless you're doing a cult shot getting between you and your target.
Well, I need to look something up. Give me a second.
I believe a called shot is minus
Swift attack.
20. Swift attack is a half action.
But it's melee only.
Yes. It gives you the equivalent of burst fire in melee. So every odd degree of success, so every 20 below your target gives you an extra hit.
All right, so I'm gonna head down there, and so just so like this guy can see me in my full commissar regalia, bolt pistol in one hand, chainsword in the other, and I'll use a half action because I have it to inspire everybody using command.
Are you going down into melee with the guy? Because that would require
No,
some kind of.
you said I could
structure
use a
roll.
half action to get to the bottom of the stairs so you could see me.
You can use a half action to go a couple meters, like your agility modifier, your agility bonus. You'd be able to see like the bottom of the guy's legs. You'd know where he is and he'd be a target, but he would have concealment and cover unless you're doing like a cult shot.
Right. I'm not.
Right.
I'm using the command action to inspire the whole squad.
Okay. Okay, I was misunderstanding what you were doing then.
He wants to get so the guy down there can see the commissar boots.
Yeah, as you guys hear me call out my inspirational, cowards are just traitors with indecision.
Mm-hmm. All right, and is that a command test?
I believe it is. I'm just checking to see if there's a bonus I get for it flat. No, it's a challenging +0 command test to inspire my followers, which all inspired followers receive +10 on their next skill or characteristic test, which I assume includes things like ballistic skill and weapon skill.
Yes, it would.
Right, so that means people can start attacking shit. So, yeah. Fuck the dice.
All right.
So do we only have one action on our turn? Just verifying.
Yes, you get one action. You can split it into 2 half actions depending on what you're doing.
Right. Yeah, because I moved and then did the inspire and failed. Okay. I guess that's it for me.
Are like 243.
All right. Archon.
I would like to move up next to beside the commissar, and I'm going to use a called shot to shoot the shotgun wielding guy in the leg.
All right. So because it is a comrade order and not an actual talent, I forgot to list it under your talents on your sheet, but you can give the comrade full action order. So you're assistant gunner, which I think you and Mister are the only ones with comrade. He'll basically be compensating recoil for you. You'll get a +10 to your rate of fire modifier rather than the -10 for being full auto with the heavy stubber.
Well, I'm just going to use the last gun.
Ah, that. Yeah, that I believe only applies to heavy weapons. So I will.
Yeah.
I'll check that.
Yeah, the heavy stuber is a little overkill for this current situation.
Well,
Do it anyway.
Nah, I'm shooting him in the foot with the flashlight.
it does say any
Flashlight.
semi-auto burst or full auto burst actions used by the heavy gunner, this turn, are made with the modifier. It doesn't specify it has to be made with a heavy weapon. The other thing you can do then is give your comrade the volley fire half action order, where you just tell your comrade to put rounds down range. It'll give you a +5 because it helps you keep your target in sight while they're trying to avoid your comrade's fire.
Yeah, but I mean, because it'd still be negatives because he's in basically cover, right? Whereas
Yes,
called
but
shot would get rid of that basically, kind of, sort of.
yes, but that's things you'll be having your comrade doing on top of what you're doing.
Right.
All right. They're making a called shot at the sky's visible toesies.
Mm-hmm.
This is within
Negative
the yes. This is within the -10 or +10 to your target for short range. Call shot's -20. All right, so you have, because of your range modifier, only a -10 instead of a -20 from called shot.
which works for me. No.
All right.
I was too heckin' inspired by the commissar, and I shot the ceiling of the stairwell.
You fucked up that spot in the ceiling, though. All right.
My turn.
Mu Theta 17. What would you like to do?
The party's advancing.
Yes.
To varying degrees, yes.
I shall advance no further than the commissar, given that I am of a more technical persuasion than combat.
All right. You're taking
That's what
a
I'm
half
for.
action to move up. What's your agility modifier? 3?
Yeah.
All right, so you move up 3 meters with a half action. What would you like to do for the other half action?
Cover the commissar?
I believe readying an action, it is a full action. Suppressing fire to full action. Oh, grumble. Where the hell are the actions? What page was that? 276, did someone say?
For what?
For the actions list?
Oh, 243.
I was a row up. Yeah,
Range.
delay action, half action. Where is... Okay. So I'm getting conflicting information from this sheet, fucking PDF. The quick reference list says it's a half action. The description of the action says it's a full action. I'm going to say it's a half action. So when you choose delay, your turn immediately ends at any time before the start of your next turn. You can
Oh, I
perform a
think I know
half
why.
action of your choice.
Huh, I think I know why. Because what you're doing is you're delaying to perform a half action. At least as I'm reading the description.
Yeah, so you're ending your turn immediately when you choose delay, but then at any point you can take a half action. All right. So you're delaying then?
Gilbert.
Yes.
All right. Gilbert is delaying. DM1 and DM2, both on initiative 10. All right. This guy with the shotgun is trembling, and he's going to fall on his ass, and he's going to pull the trigger. And there's a click. And he pulls the trigger again, and there's a click, and this guy hasn't reloaded. So he's going to start doing that. DM2, however, what is firing from darkness? I think is a +10. I will double check how being concealed works. Uh, bu- 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 They have way too many things. Da, da, da. Concealment. Not on there. I'm going to call it a +10 because that's the smallest number I remember in that area. This guy's ballistic skill is... All right. Fuck, who was it? SV was the one that went down, right?
Yeah. Are you accounting for my run?
I am. So you run down, this guy falls on his ass, tries to blast you with his shotgun, starts reloading. And as he starts reloading, from behind him, off in the distance, you do see muzzle flash as somebody is trying to shoot you from further into whatever room you're in. But the shots go horrifically high.
Well, update Mu Theta of additional contacts, and Mu Theta can update the party.
Done.
All right. That is those guys. Valdrick.
All right. With half action, can I move to line of sight and within 10 meters of the closer enemy?
You'd be... Where are you in the party's marching order? Like front, middle, back?
I mean,
The middle of the squad would put you with a 3-meter move, which you can do within a half action. That would put you right around 10 meters.
because I do prefer melee over guns, so I probably closer up.
All right. Got a very melee-centric party.
But I can also, so I can see him, and I'm within 10 meters of him.
Yeah.
I
Um,
can also,
you can see like halfway up his shin.
and he was described to me like shotgun wielding guy.
Was it?
He's been described to me like shotgun wielding guy.
Yes, he's also on his ass, so I guess you would also see his arm and his ass.
All right. I dominate him and order him to throw us his gun.
I don't know, Commissar. Sounds like some Slaneshi shit.
I'll allow it.
What?
Commissar's into that. All right.
Well, I mean, you do see how much leather he's wearing, right?
What does dominate do?
So
Dominates.
the Psyker nominates a number of targets in range and line of sight up to half the psi rating who oppose this power with a willpower test. So, oh no, I thought it was a half action. This is a full action.
Oofers.
It's spontaneous combustion that's a half action.
You want to spontaneously combust this guy?
I mean, I guess so.
Do it.
So it's a ordinary plus 10 willpower test.
Yes. So you roll your willpower characteristic. You want to get equal to or below your willpower plus 10. All right. Here it is. Sucker reaches into the body of his foe, pulling his anger into his victim and igniting his rage with the powers of the warp. Target's blood boils and flesh smolders, and the Psyker rage reaches its pinnacle. The target's body begins to explode in blasts of ash and flame. Psychic bolts that deals 1d10 plus 2 energy damage, plus 2 per point of psi rating, with a pen of 0 and the flame quality. So what is
Plus
your
2
psi
per
rating?
point of psi rating.
Ooh, also, because it's very important for psychers, were you casting, what are the three things?
What?
Psychers get 3 options for casting. Bound, oh, no, never mind, that's class, that's something different. Psychers can cast fettered, unfettered, or push their power. The fettered is the weakest, but the safest. Push is the most dangerous, but also the most dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
I will have to find where the hell they put that in the character sheet, and I will have to find why my computer keeps freezing.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah, the machine spirits are just angry today. All right. Here it is. As a sanctioned psyker, you are using the bound strengths of these. So you can cast Fettered with psi rating halved. There's no chance to manifest psychic phenomena. You can cast Unfettered with your full psi rating, where if you roll double during your focus power test, you roll psychic phenomena. Or you can push it with your psi rating plus 3, and then you roll a psychic phenomena every time with a plus 10 modifier.
So I could be fettered, and the only difference in this attack is just minus 2 points to damage.
Yeah. Assuming you have a psi rating of 2.
Yes, that's where I start.
All right. Yeah, if you're casting fettered, then that would be 12 damage.
Although, I mean, unfettered, I wouldn't roll because I didn't roll doubles.
Yes, normally you would have to declare that beforehand, but this is stuff I forgot to go over beforehand with you.
Okay. Because I already rolled the unfettered damage.
Actually, that'd be fettered damage. It's 1d10 plus 2 plus another 2 for every point of psi rating.
And I have 2 points, so that's plus 4.
If you go unfettered, yes.
Yeah. Did I say fettered?
Oh. Yep, I see what I'm missing. I am just off my shit today, I guess. So yeah, you have a d10 plus 2 for base damage, plus 4 for a unfettered cast of a psi rating of 2. All right. So we're sticking with that question mark, casting unfettered this time.
Okay. Yeah, so leave it unfettered.
Yep. And that also has the flame quality, which I believe this guy now has to make an agility test. Actually, he wouldn't have to make an agility test because 14 damage will kill him.
He just fire.
Yeah, so Commissar, your psyker's doing psyker shit. He just set this guy on fire with his brain.
Okay. I mean, he's a sanctioned psyker. We brought him along to do that type of shit.
Good job.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to have to make a note to myself to relearn psyker shit, because I have gotten a bit of it. All right. That's your turn, question mark?
Well, that was both half actions. I don't think I can do anything else.
All right. SV0102. So off of your quick Mechanicus math, the guy that shot at you was just outside of your Power Sword's light. He is within charging distance.
Well, I would like to charge.
Wonderful. And I have to find the page for that. If I remember right, you get a plus 20 to hit as a full round action charge.
Must move at least 4 meters.
Yeah, he is 7 meters from where you started. All right, charge gets a plus 20 question mark. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it says.
All right. Go ahead and roll your weapon skill.
All right. So that would just be my weapon skill and the bonus, right?
The bonus is the plus 20 from charge, yes.
So, okay. I'd like to take his legs off, if possible.
All right. So
I
now
don't
that
know
you've
if that
hit,
counts as a called shot with a sword or not.
that would be a called shot.
Is that?
it's g-
Can I apply a called shot to a charge?
No, they're both full round actions.
Yeah, that's a shitty.
This guy's going to try to come out of the way with a dodge, but he is not fast enough. All right. So, determine hit location. Flip the hit roll. You got a 31, so that's a hit location of 13, which I believe is his right arm. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Okay.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
So that's just the power sword damage, no bonuses or anything on it. Just the D10 plus 5.
Yes. Plus your strength bonus.
Oh. What
I'll-
is my strength bonus?
What is your strength? That is the 10th digit of
32. 3. So that would be 11 with a pen of 5.
11, pen 5. Unfortunately, he's not wearing armor to pen.
Oh. Unfortunately for him. I don't see misfortune on my horizon.
It smells fucking foul, though. This guy's shirt and armor just getting electrocuted. All right. Charges full round action from you? Question mark.
Yes.
All right. Mosab.
Well, I advance another, 3 meters, the half action movement. Do I see this guy that SV just disarmed?
He hasn't been disarmed yet. He's still got a couple fabrics threads.
Okay.
But
I disarmed
Yeah,
him.
you
I
are-
didn't just shoulder him.
you are able to see him. Like up to the shoulder. His head's the only thing that's even remotely in cover.
Okay, I believe I can just shoot him, yeah? Does it have action?
You can shoot as a half action. Either assuming your bolt pistol, single fire, or burst fire are both half actions. So would full auto if your bolt pistol had a full auto.
It doesn't. So I believe it's just semi. Alright. And it's just a ballistic skill?
Ballistic skill with, you said single shot?
Well, I assume it's single shot. It doesn't say.
Well, you have single, and then there's a second number, and then a third number if you have those options.
If I remember.
Yeah, I see now. Rate of fire, single, 2 dash.
Yeah, so you have 2 shots in semi-auto burst.
Right. Well, I'll just take a semi-auto shot. I'm a commissar, not some guy that sprays and prays.
Right, single fire then.
Yeah.
All right, single fire gives a +10. And then what is the range on your pistol? He is about 12 meters from you.
Range is 30.
All right, he is in short range, so that's another +10, so you have +20 to your ballistic skill for the shot.
I do believe that hits him.
That does hit, and he has already tried to dodge. Go ahead and roll damage. And the bolt pistol should have the tearing keyword. So that
It does.
You roll an extra damage die and you discard the lowest.
Yeah, tearing's nasty.
So 13. Explosive type damage.
All right.
With pen 4 if he has any armor.
He does not. 93 for hit location. As this shot sinks into this guy's leg, explodes as bolters do, and this guy's femur is turned into shrapnel everywhere. This guy is dead.
Good job, Herr Commandant. Commandant, not Commissar. Either way.
He's a commander now?
Thank you for the promotion.
Look, I don't argue with the guy giving orders who has the fancy hat.
All right. And going to pan the camera over to Mister for a second. If he's here. Mister?
I am here.
Wonderful. Can you give me an awareness test.
An awareness test?
Yes.
Okay. What is that? Awareness is okay. What am I rolling? What is awareness?
D100. And then next to your awareness, do you have any of the boxes filled?
I had the first one, yes.
All right. So your awareness is based off of your perception characteristic. The first box means you don't have a -20 penalty to your target, so you're looking to roll whatever's in your perception box or below.
Okay, 34.
All right.
No, I insist.
The little
You
ones
can't sneak up on Gut Gasha.
I mean, I've
the
rolled
little one
one roll
told
below
you.
above 50, and it was a 51. I mean,
The little one with the pointy hat told you to watch this doorway, and by the throne, you will watch this doorway. Oh, but that's a nice rock. But you got to watch the doorway. It's a really nice rock. There's someone behind you, above you, and you hear footsteps. But it's a really nice rock.
footsteps. Footsteps where? And I
Behind
start
you.
Coming out of the darkness.
Above.
Oh, above. Oh, that's none of the.
This isn't
Oh.
Mr. Pointy Hat from the sounds of it.
Oh, then that means it's an enemy. I start firing. Wait, what is the distance? That doesn't matter.
Oh,
Very
that monologue.
open of you.
His weapon has a short range of 300 meters.
I think he's
No.
good.
300 is its medium range. Short range is half of that.
Well, I just start firing.
All right, so are you firing your Ripper gun or your autocannon?
Well, I'd be holding the autocannon because it still has ammunition in it. So
Both of them should have ammo.
Well, I know, but I would start at the biggest one first. So I would be holding. Yeah, I'd be holding the autocannon.
The Ripper
All
gun
right.
is his secondary.
Yeah,
It's
the
his
Ripper gun is
sidearm.
no,
So-
that's my sidearm, and then I have my Eradicator sword as my backup.
So
Then I have
good
a dagger
news.
as my backup with that.
You are trained with solid projectile weapons, I
Yes,
hope.
I am.
Wonderful.
And this thing is Ogrim proof.
The weapon is Ogren proof, and being an Ogren, you are auto stabilized.
And
So you
it's
don't have-
reliable. And the weapon is also reliable.
That's very good. And these guys, you heard them at 15 meters, which is point blank range for your auto gun. So you get a plus 30 to this shot. Now, I'm going to assume because it's you, you're not bothering with counting shots or conserving ammo.
No. I am
Full auto.
full auto, yes.
Do
Y'all
you
are gonna know
have?
something is going on because y'all are gonna hear it.
Are you aiming?
I mean, I'm holding an auto cannon. Aim
You
is
can't-
irrelevant.
No, he's aiming in that general direction over there.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean,
All right. So you just whip around and start putting rounds down range. Very true to form for Ogren. Go ahead and give me a ballistic skill test plus 30 because they're in point blank range.
I'm picturing him.
I
I'm picturing him being that
believe
guy
I
with the
missed.
minigun.
I believe I missed.
Predator.
I believe so. What is your ballistic skill?
32.
That does miss by a bit. All
Yeah.
right. And because it's just the two of you, we don't even really have to bother rolling for initiative. This guy, you shoot the fuck out of a lot of things. Doesn't look like it hits this guy though. And this guy is going to charge you with his big hammer. For you, it's like small.
I mean,
Why you attack
I'm
Ogren
upset.
with toy?
I'm upset that I missed, but he's charging, so we can play more.
Yeah. All
I'm gonna drop
right.
my minigun and draw my blade. He wants to go blades. We can go blades.
43 will hit with a charge. Now, this guy's trying to hit you with a big fuck off hammer by his standards. By yours, it's like small side of average. Like 2 inches, you know. Would you like to dodge or parry, or are you just going to let him hit you?
Could be an power hammer and do all kinds of damage. I'm gonna try to. I think I'm gonna try to. What would be the best thing to do? I'm gonna parry. Yeah.
All right. Which weapon are you parrying with?
My big sword.
The Eviscerator. Very nice. Go ahead and roll your weapon skill.
Okay. Now, what bonuses do I get? Because I'm 8 off. Is what I got.
Are you trained with the parry skill? You have the second dot in that, actually.
I do.
You have the second dot in the parry skill?
I don't have any dots in the parry skill. Why? Should I have
All right.
dots in the parry skill?
It'll make your parry better if you do.
I don't have any in there right now.
All right, so without any dots in it, it would be your weapon skill minus 20 for your target.
Oh, well, then I miss.
All right. This guy, it does go through, and he does a whopping 5 damage.
Actually, you
Reduced.
can't parry with the Eviscerator.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Unwieldy.
Ah.
Yeah.
All right. But he does a whopping 5 damage, reduced
All right.
entirely by your armor.
Yeah.
And that's his turn.
My turn. Can I hit him now?
You can.
I think I hit him.
I'm going off the wild assumption that that will hit.
Because my weapon skill is 40, so yeah, that hits.
Mm-hmm.
It's razor sharp and tearing on the sword. Ooh.
You know what? Go ahead and roll that damage. And then what is your strength bonus? The 10th digit in your strength score.
52.
All right, your strength score is 52, so you have a strength bonus of 5. I believe razor sharp also does something.
It's got
And
razor
then-
Depends
sharp
on degrees
and
of
tearing.
success.
Yeah.
And it's got tearing as well.
All right. Tearing is maybe going to be more visceral. Go ahead and roll another d10. We'll drop the lowest. All right, we're dropping that one.
Yeah, good.
So that's 13 plus your 5 from strength, and I think Ogren get unnatural strength 2 as a racial thing.
Yeah.
All right, so that also gets added to your damage. Hmm. Well, you might be a psyker. You might want the pointy hat Lilin to check, because you just turned this man into 2 pieces of bread and tomato soup.
Yeah, glory to the Emperor. I'm gonna present it to y'all. I killed one. I'm gonna show y'all. I got one. I killed one. As soon as y'all come out, I'm gonna be all hype.
All right.
Tried to flee.
He's gonna be like a mouse, just brings us presents of dead enemies.
No, mouse
Be like
is
a
too smart
cat.
for an Ogren.
I don't think mice are known for bringing people collections of dead shit.
I was thinking of like a dead mouse when I said that, but yes, like a cat.
Cats are too smart to be compared to
You
Ogren.
told me to hold the door, and so I held the door.
When you wake up and the rats go squeak squeak and offer you presents and gifts.
I'd be alright with that.
All right. Yeah, good, Gasha. You have done exactly what Mr. Pointy Hat has said. That means you did a good job. So all that's left is for waiting for him to come back and tell you that you did a good job. And now, back to Mr. Pointy Hat and the rest of the squad. God damn it. All right, these 2 schmucks with a double barrel shotgun and an autogun have been dispatched. What would you like to do? The room doesn't seem to have a lot, but there is a door off to your left, about halfway down the wall, and some pieces of vellum that don't appear to have anything on them.
Are they wearing like their clothes? Are they uniforms or?
It is super space t-shirt and jeans. These are just homeless people, basically, with guns.
Squatters.
Well, I
Not on that many drugs.
Well, I searched them to see if they have anything useful or of informational use, orders, maps, that kind of thing.
What skills are there that I need to memorize? Let's chalk it up to awareness, I guess. Can't see anything else that would really pair well with a pat down. You're interrogating a corpse.
Yes.
It invokes the 5th.
All right, I'm good with awareness. Holy shit, it succeeded.
Right. With 1 degree of success on your awareness, you do find that one of them has some like electrical burns on his like the cuff of his sleeve. He seems to have been doing some weird mechanicus shit, which homeless people shouldn't be doing.
What? What?
There's
I
electrical
didn't
burns
say
on the
anything.
cuff of one of these guys' sleeves. But don't worry, nothing's happened. And in his space jeans pocket, you do find a crumpled up note. does the commissar deign to read the inferior writings of Low Gothic?
Yes.
It is still all right. It's basically a note to self. Meeting got moved. Southgate. And that is the end of the note.
Meeting. There's a conspiracy afoot.
Negative. SV0102 has 2 left feet.
Was that the guy with the shotgun? Yeah. And as you're checking the other body, you do find, for whatever reason, it's got 4 teeth in his pants pocket.
Teeth or teeth?
Teeth. Teeth.
Okay.
What are we, some
Doofus.
barbarous Xenos?
Well, if he had orc teeth with him, that is implying a whole other can of fungus that we were about to open.
What weapon? Not the shotgun, the other weapon.
It's just an autogun in poor condition, but it is an autogun. A known model of it, too. Not some weird local bullshit that tends to be common with autoguns.
So this
Or
is
even
an
worse.
Imperium weapon.
At one point it was. It has long since fallen out of presumably Imperium hands and definitely out of Imperium maintenance standards.
Does anybody use autoguns in our party?
I was just gonna take it to have a ranged option for now.
Okay.
I don't really need a ranged option. It's not what I'm built for, but
Yeah, it's better than nothing. Make sure you
if I
check
can't
them for
close
extra
them-
ammo.
Yep. Well, you're doing the search, so.
Does he have any
Yes,
extra
ace.
ammo?
He has a spare mag in his back pocket.
There you go.
Okay.
And then I think you said there was a door.
There is. Would you like to open the door?
No, I order SV0102 to open the door.
I opened the door.
All right.
If it's
Turn the hand-
locked, I open the door.
You turn the handle. You push. It doesn't move. You pull. There's a little thunk, but it doesn't move.
Power sword.
We can skip the attack roll. Go ahead and give me damage. It's easy enough to hit a Ogren-sized inanimate object. Yeah. Yeah.
Basically.
So the hinges are basically rusted shut, and so is the lock. But are you cutting it on the hinge side, lock side, or just down the middle, diagonal?
Down the middle, straight up and down. That way it
All right.
opens the easiest.
Yeah, there is a flimsy, like maybe 3 centimeter bit at the top and bottom that doesn't get cut, but it just snaps off as soon as you put any weight on it. This door is no longer a door. On the far side, there is a sturdier table than the first one you found, and it's still upright. And there's even some vellum on it. And what looks like a cogitator that has been removed from any power sources. Then this one, and then there's also a. What does it use? There's also a handful of bullets for a hand cannon. It's lying scattered around the cogitator. No gun in sight.
Any other way out of the room?
There does not appear to be one.
All right, well, Mu Theta, I think the cogitator is your area of expertise.
R2D2
Indeed.
noises. Master technology.
All right. The
I shall-
cogitator has been removed from its power banks.
Well then, the cogitator needs to be plugged. Well, first, I'm going to check the power banks, make sure everything's in order. I'm doing the full ritual. We're doing a full workup on the cogitator. Every machine spirit involved must be properly appeased.
All right. Go ahead and give me a tech use test. If you're going along with the full ritual, take a plus 20 to this.
And I can actually assist him with this through my command thing.
I can
You may
also
certainly
assist.
try.
Trained in tech use.
I have a plus 10 in tech use. I don't know if that
Oh,
better.
okay. So that's 2 plus 10s plus 20, right?
You don't add your modifier if you're helping. You're just giving a flat plus 10, no matter whether it's just trained or you're an expert.
Okay, so I got a 55 intelligence. I've got 3 pips, so my own plus 20. Then there's your plus 20. Is it possible for me to fail it anymore?
Yeah,
theory,
you're only at
a
73.
In theory, 96 and up is always a failure.
55 plus 20 plus 20.
Oh, I thought you said 53.
There's a roughly 5% chance that you fail.
Ah.
All right. You needed all of those. Yeah.
It was a
whatever,
particularly abused machine spirit.
whatever these excuses of people did, they clearly weren't respecting the machine spirit, and this one has a temper from all the neglect it's been through. It's going to take you the better part of half an hour to get through this. Is everyone else just waiting?
No. You said it was a dead end room. So going back to that room where we killed the guy, is there any other way out, or is this whole subterranean thing leading only straight to this room and nowhere else?
It looks like it was just leading to this room.
Then I suppose we are in fact waiting.
All right. Click clack, zap, click clack, zap zap. There is a lot of angry machine spirits today. But 25 minutes in, give or take, you do get the full ritual finished, and the cogitator is restored to functioning condition with its machine spirit appeased. What would you like to do now?
Wait, sorry, what?
Machine spirits were angry, took almost half an hour. You did get the cogitator restored to functioning condition. Machine spirits have been appeased. What would you like to do?
Well, I would like to access the cogitator.
All right, go ahead and give me a tech use test.
Well, once again, I will attempt to command him in doing this.
Assistance.
I am really of no help in this manner.
Have you tried jiggling the mouse? Yes, Commissar.
Have you tried turning it off and back on again?
So wait, real quick, what does the help
Binary
provide per
sigh.
person helping?
It is a plus 10 to his target per person up to 2 people.
Yeah, so he would have had a plus 50 because he has a plus 20 in his tech use, plus the 2 people helping, plus. So yeah, he couldn't have failed that last roll.
Outside of like a critical fail.
96 and up is always a fail.
Ah, okay. So he was basically at the the fail
Yes.
point.
Although I think
Oh.
right now I'm just at a
Plus 40.
75. Oh, plus 40. What's the other 20
Yeah,
from?
Valdrick is also trained.
Oh, cool. I think that passes.
That does indeed pass by a little bit. What was your target?
The cogitator.
Like the target number.
55 plus 40.
All right, so 95 down to 19. That's my math
Couple
is
degrees
right.
of
A couple
success.
degrees of success.
Yeah, that's a couple.
This is why I
Maybe
built my
even
tech
3.
priest for this shit.
Yeah, you are able to effortlessly, due to your prior appeasing of the machine spirit and your expertise with such things, able to access the cogitator. What would you like to look for? Anything? Everything?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm here for the sacred data.
Yeah, yeah. Especially like when I see he's got, I'm like, see if we can pull up like the last like logs or whatever of what happened here.
Um,
Makes sense. We'll start there instead of just downloading everything.
yeah, the cogitation banks are very appeased. Well, the machine spirits are very appeased, and the cogitation banks are functioning, but this is a strenuous task. It's going to be a while. But as you're going through the files, you do notice something odd. And as the commissar suggests, you start with the most recent entries and check your chrono, and this was dated almost 3 centuries ago.
Did you check the time battery inside?
Sleuth.
And that would be part of the
I was
maintenance
yeah, I was
you
just
had to do.
kidding. The clock
SV
got
pulls
reset.
SV pulls out a 2032 battery. Here.
This cogitator has been down for over 3 centuries. An inexcusable degree of neglect. What was the last record?
The last record.
We've been trying to reach you about your cogitator's insurance.
The extended warranty.
Yeah, same thing.
It actually does mention a visit from the Mechanicus, and I need to look up ranks. Mentions a visit from a Mechanicus with a tech priestess and a Lieutenant Colonel Voss, which you would know is the surname of your regiment's current colonel. Mentions that the Mechanicus was inspecting their locally made trucks, complaining about how they're not up to Mechanicus standards, bringing them back up to Mechanicus standards, while giving the mechanics and everyone in the motor pool an earful. And the lieutenant commander was providing mostly autoguns and heavy stubbers and ammo, and was the liaison for the logistics operation that was going on at the time.
Mu Theta will pass on that information. Wait, was the Mechanicus involvement here attached to the Militarum dude, or was it an independent expedition?
The entry does not mention. Doesn't say one way or the other. It's not uncommon for them to independently be in the same spot, but it does tend to be more often than not an attached Mechanicus force when they're in the same area.
All right. Yeah, Mu
With-
Theta will pass that on and then continue to just, sift through data.
Yeah, with this sector, it can be anywhere between a like 50-50 to a 70-30 split for how often the Mechanicus is independent and they're both in the same place.
Right, but the log isn't about like an order of battle or anything like that. So this facility didn't fall to external forces.
From the most recent entry, no.
What are the cogitators like last I guess we could say system logs? Stuff that the system was doing. Like how soon after this entry did I don't know, the cogitator completely shut down?
Based off of the logs within the day.
All right. Mu Theta will keep combing through here. Just, taking the time needed.
Well, can't you
All
just like, yeah, well, can't you just like download it to, your head and we can move on?
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, it's called learning.
Like, do we need to get you another thumb drive or something?
My hand drive, it's much faster.
Yeah, I don't know why. Looking at this GIF, just the immediate thought that came into my head was, at what speed is Mu Theta processing all the information? He's just processing all of it at like regular unaugmented reading speed.
He doesn't actually download it; he just retranscribes it.
Oh God, no! We're not part of the administratum. We have copy paste.
How big is the cogitator?
Larger than a bread box.
Smaller than an Ogryn?
Marginally. It's roughly the size of a human torso.
Bring it with us.
Oh, that's transportable.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just pick it up and bring it with you. When you suck a dry of all the useful data, then we can discard it. Damn, data pirate, data vampires.
Let that comment slide. Chucking a sacred cogitator. Well, I mean,
And then I
do
leave.
have overcharged basic power pack, so yeah. If needed, I'll just carry this thing with me, plug it into the power pack, and download while I carry it.
All right. All right, and you're returning to the surface.
Yeah.
Hey, Gut Gasher.
Yeah.
Commissar's coming back up.
All right. I grabbed the box.
Yeah, you would hear Gutgash thumping around as you're like in the first room you went into.
At the top of the stairs.
Oh,
And
how
it's
many rounds of hand cannon ammo were in that room? I'm assuming you had that.
5.
Okay.
It
I
is
give those
a
to Arcan.
it is a full reload for a hand cannon, but there was no such gun.
I give those to Sense character.
Ooh. What am I getting?
5 hand cannon rounds.
Ooh. What am I gonna do with them?
I don't know.
You
You're the
get a
heavy
hand
weapons
cannon.
specialist.
Did you find
I
a
have a
Desert
handgun.
Eagle? I guess it would be a Space Eagle at this point. The Tawine pattern is still a desert, though. All right. Yeah, so the party has regrouped. What would you like to do?
Well, I think Gutgasha had something he wanted to say.
I bring the body over to the commissar. They tried sneak. And I drop the body in front of him.
Is it another homeless guy?
It is a homeless guy, but he's got green body paint for some reason. Or he's spilled something green all over himself. You know, might be a former Militarum guy, or probably PDF. Militarum doesn't really have much of a presence here.
Well done, Gutgasha.
He puffs up his chest.
And then I search this body for any clues, intelligence, weaponry.
He had a. To you, it would be a full-size, like, maul. To the ogre, and it would maybe be a warhammer, but he did have a great weapon. And it looks like just some weird trophy from a hunt. He has the skull of what looks like wildlife around here. But you haven't noticed any wildlife in the area. It's a small skull, slightly bigger, maybe like size of a hand and a half.
Canid, felonid.
Looks more like a rodent of some sort.
Ah, okay.
Skaven.
There's no such thing.
By the throne, it's a talking rat. I'm going insane.
I turn and shoot the psyker. Stop doing that!
All right.
All right. Hey, Gutgasha.
Mhm.
Do you think you can follow this guy's tracks so we can track down where he came from? I don't know if you're good at that.
What is it? Perception? What skill is that?
That, I believe, would fall under survival.
Oh, I am good at survival.
I am also trained.
I have one little pip in that.
All right, you are trained with survival. Very nice.
Very cool. So
I'm
I'll
also
also.
Trained.
Well, before you roll, hang on. We got like just a couple people that can help you. I can attempt my command thing.
Yeah, I can help.
No command thing.
But sounds like 2 people are helping.
All right, so 2 people are helping. You are trained with survival, so it will be your perception score plus 20 for your target number.
I think he said his perception is 34.
Yeah, my perception is 30. Doesn't matter, I pass.
All right. Well, Commissar, you certainly have not seen any evidence pointing to this, but your Ogren might have had a little bit of bloodhound mixed into his DNA. As the Ogren picks up a trail very quickly, and being the Ogren, it's not a pretty sight.
Oh, put the trail back on the ground. We'll follow it like normal.
Yeah, Gutgasher, you are able to
This way.
find.
And he takes off.
All right. He takes off west into the forest.
I follow.
All right. And I assume the rest of the party's following along.
Mhm.
Goes 50, 100 meters, 200 meters, turns a little bit more north around a like torso-sized rock. Another 50 meters, and it turns almost direct north around a weirdly small tree that's bent at like a 20-degree angle. Looks like they're using landmarks to navigate more than any measurements. And it goes north another 100, 150, 200 meters. And then there's a wall, solid green, roughly Astra Militarum green, but the hue doesn't quite match. It's a little bit darker.
There's a building here.
You're able to see it from about 20 meters away.
I can't follow the trail. Building's in the way. You want me to move it?
Yes.
I open up with the auto gun, with the auto cannon at the building.
Oh, okay.
He said move the building. He said move it. I'm gonna move it.
Go ahead and give me 3 damage rolls with the autocannon.
3 separate rolls or all together?
3 separate rolls.
One for each wall you shoot through. See if the building's even upright.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. All of those have a +8 on the end of them, so I forgot.
I believe that's +8 pen 6, if I remember the auto cannon right.
Right, yeah, pin 6.
All right. Yeah, the first shot tears a hole like the size of someone's head, and by the third, there's a hole a little bit larger than a torso that regular people could easily squeeze through. This wall does seem decently sturdy, though. And you hear from the other side of the wall, "What's that? Get him! Get him! They're humans! What?"
What was that?
I don't know. The Vox gave out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you peaked.
These
There's
humies, get them! Wah!
Gamwa!
So are they actually greenskins or just humans playing dress up?
Well, as the first one jumps through the hole that has been made in the wall, that is just a green dude. But the second person is much larger, and that is actually an orc.
Ah! Traitors and Xenos.
Burn them.
Well, my orders are simple. Kill them all.
Sounds like initiative.
What's initiative
We all
again?
have the
Was that a
+5.
D10 +5.
Wasn't it
Initiative?
1 plus 5?
+1 +5, yeah.
Oh, so I'm at 7.
Oh, then I'm at 10.
What do we do for initiative?
D10 plus
It's-
1 plus 5.
D10 +1 +5.
Or D10 plus 6.
Yeah, 6.
Uh-oh.
He's rearing to go.
Uh-oh.
He's like, let me at him, coach. Let me at him.
Oh,
Joker's going off the leash.
the orc jumps around the corner, goes wah, immediately countered by the sound of blam 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 blam.
He's already aiming at that hole. He doesn't have to adjust his aim.
The commissar is first.
This is good. He can
All right.
do cool things.
Commissar. The enemy has been foolish enough to present its ugly face. How would you like to proceed?
I'm checking out
Closest
some
guy. Yeah, the guy who dove through the wall is about 18 meters from the party. The wall seems to be about a meter thick, and the orc is right around 20 on the other side.
All right. As a full action, I can inspire wrath, where I make a charm test to grant the effects of hatred to my entire squad. Success grants the hatred talent to the listeners, with the object being chosen by me. We're choosing hatred of orcs, by the way.
I can't imagine why.
You listeners can make an opposed willpower test if they don't want to hate orcs.
Again,
I will be giving you side eye if you go for that.
Just because I don't think everyone has it on their sheet, I'll get the
Does-
hatred talent.
Does the painted dude count as an orc? Clearly, he's a Gretchen.
So, if the DM would allow, my speech would be about Xenos and their traitorous allies.
I found hatred.
At best, the green dude is a Xeno sympathizer, so yes, he will fall under the category of hated creature.
Okay.
Most excellent.
So I have to make a charm test. Which is fellowship. Oh,
Thank you, SV0102.
I'm really good at spamming next on the search function. Like, nope, that's a
So-
write up. Nope, that's a write up. Nope, that's a write up. Oh, there it is.
So it would seem.
it doesn't list the target number.
The target number is your charm
Okay.
with any modifiers that it mentions.
Well, it doesn't. That's why I was asking. Because before they were all like, you have to make a command test with +0. Like for the command stuff.
I think normally it's +0 if it doesn't specify.
Okay. Well, here goes nothing. Motherfuckers. So I'm just working myself up into a good commissarial head of steam, but it isn't yet inspiring.
It works on me, so don't worry about it.
But that's a full actions. That's all I can do. Is just stand there yelling and cursing Xenos and their traitorous.
Yeah, nobody can hear you over the autocannon too. You're firing it wide open.
Yeah, your Dead Space earpieces are filtering out the wah and the autocannon
Yeah.
in everybody's ears. It's filtering out a little too much. They can't hear your speech over everything.
Those that blam! Xenos blam! Fuckers blam!
Those earpieces are working a little too well. The autocannon is just drowning everything because they just keep deafening when the autocannon goes off automatically.
SV, what did he say?
But that's it for me.
Confused R2D2 noises.
All right. Good gotcha.
Well, you know R2D2 makes wah noises.
No, he doesn't. Not this one. You won't see me sympathizing with those Xenos.
I miss.
There's a new hole in the wall.
No. Oh, you have fucked up that wall. That orc can almost walk through at this point.
See, now you're just confusing the orcs. 'Cause you're shooting just like they are.
Well, I miss, and I'm still firing. So
All right. Your burst does only take a half action. You can still use your other half action to move forward if you would like.
Or just burst again.
Unfortunately, no. You can only make one.
Ah.
There are talents to use two separate weapons, which can then both make a burst or full auto attack. So if you have like two auto pistols, you can just mag dump at the speed of fuck.
no, I can't do that.
Are you staying put, not using your second half action?
I mean, I think I'm gonna drop the autocannon, draw my blade, and step into combat with that orc.
The orc is 20 meters away right now, but you can get a few meters closer.
Well, I'm gonna take off running at it, man.
All right. You can only get a few meters because you already used one of your half actions, but you do get closer. You're starting to close the gap. And who is after that? DM1? DM1 is the dude. And he is going to, with his auto gun, suppress everybody. Because everyone's still in the tree line. The tree line is the target of suppression.
Didn't the Ogryn step forward out of the tree line?
Good point. The Ogryn wouldn't have to make the willpower test. But if I could get, where is suppressing fire? I believe it's a minus 20. But I will be double checking that.
On the combat action, suppressing fire is a full attack range, forces opponents to take cover minus 20 BS.
Yeah, so he is full auto suppressing, which I think full auto is 20. Yeah, so if everyone can make a willpower test, minus 20. This guy is going to make a ballistic skill test, minus 20. Gut Gasha, you did move out of this guy's firing arc because you moved out of the tree line. So you don't have to make the willpower test.
Oh, goody.
Oh, goody. Willpower. And that's at negative 20, you said?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, it doesn't matter.
Hey, I made it. It's a miracle.
Fuck, I did too.
All right. Is Mu Theta is, I think, the last one. Oh, Valdric and Mu Theta.
Willpower
Give me-
test minus 20.
A what test?
Willpower.
Oh, okay.
The squad is being suppressed right now. Not terribly effectively.
So far, half of us has just flat out ignored him.
Yeah, if I didn't have the -20,
Actually, okay, so I'm curious actually on the formula here. So D100 needs to be less than. What are we getting 28 from? Willpower?
Yeah, your willpower minus 20.
Yes.
Hmm.
Less than or equal to. Equal to can be a big difference.
Yeah, I guess I technically didn't write that in parentheses. That might have incorrectly formulated it.
It probably did, but you still succeeded because
I
a
still
2 is
rolled
less
low
than 8.
enough. Yeah. I forgot to put the parentheses though. So
Yeah, I do believe the logical test is higher order of precedence.
All right. So SB0102 and I believe that was Arcan are both not suppressed. And this guy's actual hit. Ooh. All right. He's going to get 3 randomly assigned hits. 5 people in his cone. So 3, 5, and 1. That is Mutheta, Valdric, and Archon are all getting a shot. For you, I'm going to actually just copy this
Just
page.
a random question. Is that by chat order?
Yes. With Gutgash being accepted because he's not in the arc right now.
Oh, gotcha.
yeah, he's excluded.
I was about to say, aren't I number 4?
Mutheta trying to throw the commissar in front of the line of fire. Getting me back for that cogitator quip.
Yes, indeed.
Auto gun is 1d10 plus 3. So that is Mutheta. You take a hit for 13. And
For 13.
Yes.
Where?
That is a good question.
Also, how does
that
armor
protect me?
Your toughness bonus. So I think for you, that's the tens digit of your toughness. I think that's a 3, maybe 4. Plus your light carapace gives 5, or if it's best quality carapace, it would be 6. I don't remember what you got.
We just have normal.
Yeah, those both are subtracted directly from that. And then he also needs to roll.
Well, that's good. Otherwise, I'd be instantly dead.
Oh, yeah. This is a fairly lethal setting compared to, or not setting, a system compared to 5th edition. And then that is, you were the first hit. So where is critical damage? Damage. Combat. Injury. Damage types. Alright. A 9 is where on the body? I think that's head. Where's my guy
Yeah.
who's fast? Alright.
Yes, a 9 is the head.
So, impact critical to the head with a 2. The attack causes the target to see stars. You got your bell rung. The target suffers a -10 penalty to any perception or intelligence tests for 1d5 rounds. So for 2 rounds, you need an ibuprofen. All right, and then who was the second one? 2, 5. That was Valdric. Takes 9, and Arcan takes 12 damage.
Roger.
All right, that is that guy's full turn. The orc, he's going to be doing orc things and yelling "wah" loudly.
Doesn't SP get to
And
go?
it's not even his turn. Yeah. I completely missed SV. All right. Ruffles, go ahead.
Can I charge?
What is your charge range?
I don't know.
What is your agility score?
39.
Your charge range is 9 meters.
So I cannot charge.
Not yet.
Okay. Well, this guy is shooty gun, so I am going to sprint diagonally, like out past Gutgasher to make the firing arc even harder to hit me. But basically at an angle where I can charge next round.
Yeah, you can go off on like a 20 to 30 degree angle. That'll get you about 8 meters from the guy, which will put you on the outer end of your charge range.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, drawing the power sword as I do that. Sprint.
All
Or
right.
run. Run, I guess, technically.
Yeah. Full action to run. And then DM3, the orc. He sees you going off to the side, and, you know, you're an isolated target, but there's a big guy right there, and that's a good fight. So this orc is going to run up, and he's going to charge Gutgasher. With a big chopper. All right, Gutgasher. Would you like to try to dodge or parry? As this guy, this big fuck off ugly orc, is trying to chop you up.
I'm going to parry.
You can't.
Oh, I can't parry with my big sword. That's right. That's right. Wait, no. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I can't parry with my big
Right. You can
Because
try
I
and dodge and make him look dumb.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do that.
Of course, he's dumb. That is your dodge skill, if you have it. Are you trained with dodge?
I'm not trained with dodge.
Oh boy.
So it's my agility. Well, then I'm not gonna dodge. So I'm probably fixing to get
So
hit.
you can always try. On a 5 or below, you will succeed.
What's your agility score?
23.
Oh.
My
All right,
agility is
that's what I was
23.
expecting.
No, he just has to roll. He doesn't have a target.
Just roll 5 or below. All right.
You know what? I'm gonna start using my other sword. I mean, this thing does great damage if I can hit, but damn.
Yeah. Where did I put the damage for that? All right. With his big, weird fucking Xeno bullshit. Da, da, da. All right, he does a whole 10 damage going through 3 points of your armor. And then completely slipped my mind. Did someone get a force field in the squad?
I tried but failed.
Ah, that's what it was. All right. Yeah, so Gutgasha. This guy sinks his big weird Xeno sword into your shoulder. Does that even do damage?
It's minus toughness, minus armor, right?
Yeah, but it does go through 3 points of his armor.
Mister, what's your toughness?
My toughness is 48 or 41.
All right. So 4 points from toughness, 2 points from armor, and I think Ogren also have toughness too,
Yeah.
or unnatural toughness too.
Yeah.
So you take 4 wounds from this chop going into your shoulder.
Ow.
All right, that is the greenskin. Arcan.
Well, I'm going to shoot the nasty greenskin with my las gun.
A splendid choice. It is engaged in melee with a friendly, so you are at -20 to hit.
Yes, 1 second.
I think there's something that gets rid of that time. Where is shooting into melee?
Let's see here. So, I think I'm going to aim for half a turn. That gives me +10, and then I will use semi-auto burst for +0. So I'm only at -10 then.
All right.
Draw.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah, that's a big oof on that one. Not big oof, but oof.
All right. That's both your half actions.
Yep, because that was aim and semi-auto burst, so out of turns.
Baldric.
All right. How many enemies are within 10 meters?
There's just the orc right now.
All right.
Y-
And is it possible for him to attack his ally within 1 round?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to dominate him and order
Alright.
him to attack his ally.
All right. Are you doing that fettered, unfettered, or pushed?
It's unfettered.
All right. That is an opposed willpower check.
Actually, is he within 5 meters of me?
Is around 8.
Okay, then I would not be able to reach him fettered.
All right. So unfettered. Roll your willpower and uh-huh.
Um,
How many degrees of
because my
success
willpower
are?
is 51, but what? Just a roll.
There are no bonuses to this from what I'm seeing. Uh, it doesn't look like there's any bonuses, and we both got 1 degree of failure. So it doesn't look like it goes through. There a specific rule for contested tests? Skills, maybe. Using skill test. Oppose skill test.
So, should both parties fail, then one of two things occurs. Either the test ends in a stalemate, nothing happens, or both parties re-roll until there is a clear winner.
I'm gonna say, just so we're not at this for 20 minutes on this alone, unless you beat his willpower test, it's going to be just as it was. So since we both got 1 degree of failure, he is not required to obliterate his teammates.
Aw.
Yet.
That's okay. I'll take care of him.
All right. And was that a full action?
Yeah.
All right. Who's next? DM2. Uh-huh. All right. You hear another wah from behind the wall. Doesn't seem like it's in the same line of fire, though. And as the wah gets to a really loud part, the wall starts glowing like red, then orange, and white hot, and plasma blasts through it. It would probably help if I stopped starting to roll d20s. Yeah, big ball of plasma goes over the squad's heads and explodes on a tree. There is now a second hole and a second orc off in the distance with a big plasma gun. That orc is about 30 meters from the party, and that is his turn. All right, who is after DM2? Mu Theta 17.
I shoot someone.
There's an orc in a sword fight with the Ogren. There's a dude who is being a bastard of a dude and suppressing everybody.
You know, that dude shot me in the fucking head. Fuck that guy.
Speaking of which, you were
Actually, no, more importantly,
suppressed, right?
cover. Where's cover? I don't want to be shot. I'm not good at fighting.
If you're still in the tree line, you can just duck behind one of the trees. That'll give you some decent, not great cover, but mostly concealment. There are some low spots that you can dive into and use as a bit of cover with the ground.
Yeah, I do that.
All right.
Because I'm kind of super fucked up right now.
All right. And while you're suppressed, I should have remembered to do this earlier. But while you're suppressed,
Pinned?
pinned, that's what it is. Where the hell was that? That is it.
There you go.
You are better at looking up things than I am. All right.
That is on 255, if you're wondering. All of the combat difficulty and stuff is in there.
Yeah. All right. So, everybody who is pinned, Can take free actions and reactions as usual, but only gets a half action on their turn. Ballistic skill tests are at -20, and you cannot leave your cover except to retreat if you're in cover. If you're not in cover, you must use your turn to reach cover. Okay. That's the gist of it. So that's your turn, Metheta?
Yeah, I want to not be shot anymore.
All right. And then I believe you can make a willpower test at the end of your turn to escape the pin.
If he's in cover, does he get that +30?
Da, da, da. He has been shot at since his last turn.
But he's undercover.
Or is undercover.
I
Or
don't think
close.
it matters with that roll.
Oh. Oh, I missed those last 4 words. Those are important. Yes, you would have the +30, but it wouldn't matter. All
Indeed.
right.
Indeed. Mu Theta is not built for combat. He's built for being a fucking tech priest.
All right.
That's all I
And
got.
Commissar.
Well, I believe I was also being pinned. Question is, am I in like we're in the tree line? Am I in cover?
There is cover, like either trees or defilade you can just duck behind.
So dropping prone to get into that defilade, that's a free action?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll just drop prone. I have one of the squad's grenade launchers.
And you didn't want it.
And it says you can fire high-arcing shots. It's firing a frag grenade, right? So it's only got a 3-meter blast radius?
It would either be a frag grenade or a crack grenade or a smoke grenade. It's basically extra range for the grenades you already have. Yeah.
Right. Well, I really only have that one grenade, so we're going to use that. Because it's a half action to shoot.
Indeed it is.
I'd like to. Can I hit the plasma guy and the stubber guy?
No, the plasma guy is, I think I said 30 meters back. The stubber guy's only like 15. The stubber guy is on the close side of the wall. The plasma guy is inside the camp shooting holes into the wall.
Right. Let's see. Grenade launcher range is 60 meters. Right, but because my bad ballistic skills result being pinned for the moment, I would like to use a frag grenade.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what I just assume it came with.
Yeah.
And I'd like to lob it at the plasma guy.
All right.
So close only counts with grenades and horseshoes. So when I miss, I haven't rolled it yet, but when I miss, is there like some nearby it still hurts him?
Scatter.
Yes, there is. I have to find the scatter rule.
That's
okay.
also on 255.
Well, let's make that ballistic test then. At -20 from being pinned, I believe.
Yes.
Nuts.
Oh, close.
Yeah, that's why I said nuts. Aha!
All right. So we get
Yeah.
direction and distance. 5 meters, short and left.
Does that land at the stubber guy?
He's gonna get sprayed with a little bit of shrapnel, but not enough to do any appreciable damage.
Yeah.
The guy's still 15 meters away.
Ah, yeah. And I'm just double checking, so that was size of the blast. Frag grenade. Blast 3. So I basically missed entirely.
But you are in cover for your pin test.
Yeah. So I get the will plus 30. And I'm not pinned.
Wonderful. The commissar is never pinned.
Nope, but I am
Okay.
smart enough to stay in cover.
The Emperor protects, but there's no reason to make it harder on him.
The Emperor
Okay,
protects
so-
those who protect themselves.
That's right.
This orc just chopped your shoulder. Kinda hurt.
I'm going to attack him back.
That sounds like a splendid plan.
I believe I smash him. Because
Uh,
I have a 40, so as my weapon skill. So
let's see what he gets on his parry. Ha. All right. Go ahead and roll your damage.
this has got a 9 pen.
Huh. Well, you have turned one problem into 2 half problems. And what does the sound of an orc being vivisected by a chainsaw make? Because that's what everyone hears.
I think Dawn of War actually has some sound bites for that.
Ah, wonderful. Get the like 2008 sound bites out.
I don't know if Big
Yeah.
Dick Cheney has isolated those particular sound bites, just like orc boys in general.
All right.
For reference, Big Dick Cheney is the go-to YouTube source for anything Dawn of War soundbite.
Oh yes.
Okay. You have chopped that orc in half. It is very dead, and you still have a half action left.
Is the other guy in green still there?
He's
now.
like 10 meters from you. You can move up a little bit, but you can't quite reach him this turn.
I'm gonna start roaring and coming for him. For
All
the
right.
Emperor!
Wonderful. Gash's turn. DM1, this guy. He is going to do the smartest thing in his life that he has ever done, and he's going to mag dump into the Ogren that is in the middle of charging him. Let's see. This might actually hurt. The full auto is. Do I keep these numbers? All right. Gutcash, you can try to dodge if you like, but this guy is going to be hitting you.
With what?
Your the guy has just a auto gun.
Okay. I can't dodge. I mean, I can try to dodge.
You should try to dodge. He's like hip firing a 249 into you.
Closer to an AK, I think. I don't think that is going to work. Let's see, and this is +3, if I remember right. I will
Auto gun?
eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
D10 +3.
All right. 4, 6, and 8 won't do any damage to you. The 12 might, though. So the one that might actually hurt is the 12. That's 12 wounds minus your toughness bonus, which I think you have a 4. Minus your unnatural toughness, which is another 2. That's 6. Minus your armor, this has pen 0, which would be another 5. So I think that does 1 damage to you.
He takes 1 damage from the auto cannon burst. Or
Auto
the
gun.
auto gun. Yeah, auto
There's
cannon
a-
would be a slightly different story.
There's a very distinct difference between an AK and a Bradley's Bushmaster.
3d10 +8 or 1d10 +3. Yeah, slight difference.
All right. But that is that guy's turn, and he's going to spend the rest of his turn and probably life cowering and regretting everything he's done.
So he hit me for 30 points?
He hit you for
Uh,
1 point.
Oh.
So
Oh,
between Ogren's being brick shit houses and the guy's pitiful damage rolls, he did 1 wound through your armor.
Oh. Damn.
Yeah, you have a soak of like 11,
No, good. Okay.
depending on armor pen, and that weapon doesn't have any armor pen.
All right, SB0102.
I would like to charge this poor excuse of a human.
You are able to do so.
All right, so that is weapon +20. There's charge. Yeah.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Too bad there's no degrees of success for this. Power Sword only has balance.
He does not parry with his full dinky bayonet, and go ahead and roll that damage. If you have swift attack or lightning attack after you charge and the person's somehow still alive, those get degrees of success.
Oh no, Power Field's just countering with parry. Anyway, no. And 11 with 5 pen.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Let's see, that's 71 for hit location. So you take his leg clean off. Well, not clean, it smells foul, but the wound is cauterized by the power weapon. Alright, that guy is dead.
Hmm.
And now there's just the orc with the big fuck off doohickeyd plasma gun. What could possibly go wrong? Alright, charge is a full action.
Yep. Just all I do.
DM3 was the Choppa orc, he's dead. Arcan.
I'm gonna shoot the orc with the big fuck off plasma thingy. Is
Go
there anybody in
ahead.
melee with him?
What's up?
Is there anybody in melee with him?
No, he's about 30 meters away, inside of the camp.
Roger. So I'm still gonna aim with my las gun and then send me out a burst.
Mm-hmm.
With this time at +10, so huzzah.
Huzzah.
Oh yeah. So I do
Oh,
like
yeah.
actually all 3 hits.
Alright, let's see. That is every other degree of
Oh
success.
yeah, right. Sorry. Yeah.
That'd be 2 hits.
Yeah,
Still an appreciable amount of damage.
which is nice. Seven
I
and 6 damage.
I stand corrected. A negligible amount of damage.
But the first hits of my character, so huzzah.
Your
Still got-
shots made contact.
Yep, that's we're moving up in the world. That's
All
it.
right. It's Arcan Val. Baldric. Welcome back, Baldric.
So there's just one guy left.
There is an orc with a big fuck off doohickeyd plasma gun in the camp about 30 meters away.
30 meters. That is well within unfettered spontaneous combustion.
Oh boy. Unfettered. You sure you don't want to push it?
For just a little bit more damage? No.
What's the worst that could happen? It's actually a pretty decent chunk of damage too.
I'm told that the worst that can happen is demons coming out of my head.
Only if you're stupid about it. You're not that stupid. You wouldn't have demons eat your head or anything, right?
Well,
Just
I
think
do
of the
like
power.
I do like fire.
Don't
And I am-
listen to him. He's the demons in the warp trying to tempt you.
Unfortunately for you, I did not take the skill that allows my companions to knock sense into me.
You don't need companions to knock sense into you. Knock sense into yourself. Push it.
Technical knock. I whack his psyker hood.
All right, I really hate this guy, and the warp really hates him for me. So I guess I'm pushing it.
Yes, yes.
Oh, Oh wait, I forgot. That gives it plus. Oh wait, no, it gives a plus 10 to the warp roll.
Spontaneous combustion is willpower plus 10.
Oh, willpower plus 10.
Yeah,
Okay.
you said your
Then-
willpower is 51,
Yes.
which would make your target 61, so that does succeed.
Yay!
Go ahead and roll the damage, and then psychic phenomena. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
You just popped his head, didn't you?
Hopefully.
I set him on fire.
It is an orc. They are beefy. And this guy's taken basically no damage. He's not dead, but he's pretty close.
He is on fire.
Does the flame quality automatically set him on fire, or does he have to roll an agility to dodge? Up in qualities, flame.
How do you dodge spontaneous combustion?
Just parry it.
Stop, drop, and roll.
If the target of a flame attack is hit, even if he suffers no damage, he must succeed on an agility test or be set on fire. Alright, lucky for you, his agility is only marginally better than the Ogryn's. He is on fire.
Yes. Burn.
Alright, and let's see those psychic phenomena.
So I roll
Is that,
2 D100s.
why the 2?
Because I'm favored by the warp.
Ah, yes. 2 D100 plus 10. And I believe favored by the warp lets you choose which.
Not the 100.
What do you mean? Bigger numbers are better.
I remember correctly. I don't know.
Well, what do these do? What's better? Oh God,
Alright.
annihilation.
31. Distorted reflections. Mirrors and other reflective surfaces within a radius of 5d10 meters distort or shatter. 107. I think that falls into the 75 and up category of perils of the warp. The warp opens in a maelstrom of energy. Roll on the perils of the warp table instead.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Sure you do. Perils of the warp has cool things like
Being eaten by the warp.
Commissar,
Evenose.
Commissar, why aren't
Like-
you shooting him?
blood rain. That's cool.
Summon Scarbrand.
Scarbran.
Scarbrand hates being summoned.
All right, so 5d10 meters, huh?
He finally just got his economy going, and you flip it to me.
Motherfucker. That makes me angry.
The other fucking greater team is like, well, Scarbrand disconnected. Better save here.
Hey, me say 17. Out of curiosity, what did you do with that cogitator?
I have it. It's mine.
And it's in your backpack?
Sorry, what?
What are you
Probably
doing to my
cuddling with
cogitator?
it.
With its reflective surface of a screen? Within 25 meters of the psyker? There is a loud shatter from
Let me
Eutheta
find-
17's
Let me
backpack.
let me find an angry binary noise.
I'm just laughing as the orc burns.
All right. Wonderful.
Don't we have a dial-up noise?
All right.
Yeah, that one.
284 on fire. That is for vehicles, not for people. What happens to people on fire? Aside from them being on fire. That's on page 266.
That was only a half action.
Fire. Indeed. What would you like to do for your other half action? Valdrick?
I can shoot him with half action.
Oh, by all means.
I'm laughing too hard to aim.
So you are. Speaking of which, I believe next is the orc. DM2.
He takes 1d10 fire damage, ignoring armor.
Yeah, this orc is also laughing hysterically, and he's going to start stepping towards the squad. It's 2 steps, and then he explodes in a big mess of plasma and fire.
Nice.
I knew in my heart that I set his heart on fire.
Remember, Zyker, always push your powers. It's even funnier. Alright, the party, the squad is now out of initiative.
What? No, I have a heretic to kill.
Where?
That fucking psyker, he broke with a Kajitune.
Now, Mew. There's no evidence that was anything other than a 3-century-old cogitator finally giving up the ghost.
Mew Theta is just going to start aggressively pointing with his fingers and mechadendrites and just fucking blurting out tons of yes, that. SV's ears are bombarded by just every profanity the Mechanicus has access to in every version of math and binary.
And I like kind of like talk quietly to Mew, like look, Mew. I've been looking for someone in the squad I can trust with this, and I'm thinking you're that. I need someone else to help me keep an eye on the Psyker. Should he go heretical on us, he might be beside me or behind me. I need someone who can, shoot him. Should it come to that? Can I trust you to do that for me?
Yes, Commissar.
Very good. But just remember, wait for him to go full heresy. We have to be sure.
Yes, Commissar.
Well, I'd like to kick this body for ammo. We'll take the mag out of the gun. Because I'm pretty sure the gun didn't survive my power sword.
The dude had 10 rounds left.
Yeah.
The gun is non-functional, and he had 2 spare mags.
Excellent. I can use those 10 rounds to top up the mag that has the 3 rounds out of it. Leaving me with
a mag, and 7 bullets.
Yep.
Is the cogitator still functional though? It's just a broken monitor. I can still continue my download.
Presumably, yes. But you would need some kind of, well, you're a tech priest. You would be familiar enough to know that there is still a data stream that is active through
Wait.
the cogitator.
Wait, this destroyed all reflective surfaces?
Yep.
No more
Destroyed
saving
or
years.
distorted. So 50-50.
Buthato pulls out his data pad from his fucking robes.
Potato chip.
The pixels are all fucked. More angry
Well,
binary.
Our data slates were the matte finish, so they're fine.
I find is keeping a healthy distance, but still within bolt pistol range of the Psyker is a good idea.
All right, so we've got big fuck off sword, big fuck off plasma gun.
I thought that guy exploded with the plasma gun.
The guy exploded.
Also, that's Xenos weaponry.
It's worse than that. It's orc weaponry.
Calling it a sword is a big stretch on what the
It's a
word
Jawa.
sword can apply to.
It's a sharpened chunk of metal where
Sharpened
just because
is
he
a
was gripping it so
strong word.
hard, blunted the area that can be generously labeled as a handle.
And yes, the plasma gun was destroyed in the big fuck off plasma explosion.
Additionally, as like Martian tech priests, alien technology is heresy, asterisks. Orcish
Okay.
technology is nonsense and heresy.
It's super heresy.
At least other alien weapons work by like laws we can understand. Orc guns fire despite clearly not having a magazine.
Or a barrel.
No, it needs to be generally gun shaped.
Well, what I mean though is like the upper receiver will just be like a block of wood.
Oh
With a
yeah.
hole in it,
Well, I don't
sometimes.
think it goes that extreme. Like, it does need to have some ammo. It does need to be good ammo.
Yeah, it's not entirely cosplay weaponry, but yeah, they can use Hollywood guns where we need to use real guns.
They also never run out of ammo because they can never see the end of their magazine.
No, they can run out of ammo.
Yeah, they run out of ammo when they get that intrusive thought like, boy, I should be running low on ammo and then shouldn't I click?
Well, no,
Where are the
like
grots
shiny.
with my ammo?
They like the shiny.
Oh, I suppose for context there, Ruffles. Necron or Tau weaponry, us fiddling around with that is our jurisdiction. The Imperial Guard has no say on what we do. Depending on how orthodox we are, it may or may not be heresy. Orc tech is
Yep.
just bullshit.
But Gilbert, you're not in the Imperial Guard. This fleet hasn't been on any official paperwork. At least not in the manner that's supposed to be.
It was a general like statement of 40K.
Yeah.
Anywho, Fortress.
It is getting kind of late.
It is also getting late.
Oh damn, it's 11:20.
We leave here
Yeah,
standing over the corpses.
I am going to call it here.
Fair enough.